Welcome back to the Hill City and down to Aubrey Moon Field here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg, where the number 23 Hornets are getting set to take on DePauw. Sam Graham alongside you inside the press box, getting ready to break down this matchup between two foes that don't necessarily see each other all that often. DePauw out of the North Coast Athletic Conference. Lynchburg, of course, out of the ODAC. Lynchburg got things rolling in conference play earlier this weekend. Kicked off the ODAC slate with a 2-game sweep of the series with Sweetbriar, who, of course, comes in from right across town. So they got off on the right foot in that respect. But Lynchburg's really gotten off on the right foot in all respects this season. Their 9-0 start, the best since 2018, and they boast a 13-3 record coming into today's contest. DePauw, their foes, 6-7 for a program that, since it was restarted in 2012 after a 16-year hiatus of it not being a varsity program, they've experienced a lot of success between that period, especially between 2014 and 2022. So being one game below 500 is a little bit below what the expectation has become for this Tiger team. But obviously it's a long season, and they're hoping to get back on track, rise back up to 500, and maybe over it if they can pull off a road sweep against a Lynchburg team that has yet to fall at home. We will run through the starting lineups very quickly here before we get this anthem underway and this game underway. We'll start with the visitors, DePauw. In the one spot, it'll be Ella Orval. She'll lead off for this Tiger lineup, and she will be followed by Libby Minobe, Katie Mathies, Emily Timberman, Ella Quinster, Kelsey Bernhard, Goose Moore in the 7 spot. Brooke Bruin will wear number 84 and bat 8th, and Riley Heim will round out the lineup for DePauw. Josie Hare will be your starter for the Tigers inside the circle. On the other side for Lynchburg, it'll be Kaylee Dorsis that gets the start for this Hornet team. One ODAC Player of the Week to her name already this season, and what's been a fantastic start to the year. Then the lineup will be Carly Hudnall, Jessica Strickland, Kaylee Hackett will bat 3rd, Sarah Watts in the 4, Alyssa Taliumchua will be the 5, Anna Grace Terrell the 6, Lexi Powell in that 7 hole. The 8 will be Madison Barnes, and Addison Walter rounds out the lineup. We will get you down to the anthem and then the start between DePauw and Lynchburg. So it will be number 5, Kaylee Dorsis, that will start in the circle for Lynchburg. She has been the go-to arm to lead things off for Lynchburg this year. A Hornet team that boasts a dynamic duo out of its primary 2 starting pitchers in Kaylee Dorsis and Emily Charlton. For Dorsis so far, a .78 ERA and a 7-1 record to her name. Mentioned she has already once been named the ODAC Pitcher of the Week. That was not too long ago, just 2 weeks ago. And she boasts a 4.1 strikeout to walk ratio. Dorsis will face off against the top of the order here for DePauw, and that will be Ella Orval. She'll be hitting in that 1 spot for the Tigers, a .438 batting average in 8 appearances and 5 starts. She will crack the starting lineup today in Game 1 of this 2-game doubleheader right here on Aubrey Moon Field. You're watching LHSN. We'll have both games of this doubleheader for you. Again, Sam Graham on the call right now. To be Evan Gates that will take on game number 2. But as we mentioned, two teams, one looking to keep the ball rolling, the other looking to really start to heat up. This DePauw team playing its second official road game of the season. It was 3 straight preseason tournaments to get things off and rolling for the Tigers, still awaiting that first home game, and just one of those weird statistical anomalies. Here comes the first pitch from Dorsus, and it is in for a strike. Hugged that left end of the plate. Umpire says it's in the box, and it's an 0-1 count early on here for Dorsus. Showing bunt here is Orville. Pitch number 2 makes contact. Orville laying out in the left field spot. Lynchburg a put out early on as the starting left fielder Alyssa Taliamchua makes the play to record out number 1 here for Lynchburg, starting out on the defensive side. That'll welcome up to the plate Libby Manobe, the freshman outfielder from Fort Wayne, Indiana. A 3.21 batting average to kick off her first campaign here for Coach Hanrahan's squad. She'll watch that first pitch, and we'll have to adjust that last spot. They're going to give a hit. I'm going to say Taliamchua did not come down with it. So we'll reset you there. No outs here. Base runner on first is Orville. Second pitch on the way for Manobe. She swings and a miss. Second strike here. An 0-2 count favors the pitcher. Lynchburg off to a 10-0 start in the home slate. Add that to your list of best marks since. That's sort of been the nod. If you look through these Lynchburg press releases, you look at what this Hornet team has done early on in this campaign, and it's a proud program, team that's been on the tip-top of those national stages under head coach Dawn Simmons and her 24th season at the helm. This might be one of the special ones. Dorsus, the runner, trying to steal and take second is Orville. She is safe. Close call. Jessica Strickland thought that she had her at the plate. Umpire disagrees, so Orville will go ahead and steal second base. Still a 1-2 count that favors Dorsus in the circle. She's trying to knock Manobe, the 2-hole hitter with a 3.21 average, trying to go ahead and take her out, pick up the first out in her back pocket. Here's the pitch from Dorsus. Swing and a miss. Strikeout swinging goes Libby Manobe. 1 out for Lynchburg. The base runner on second, the leadoff hitter, Ella Orval. And that brings to the plate Katie Matthews. She plays both first and third base, the junior from Shelbyville, Indiana, an upperclassman on a team that has quite a few underclassmen contributors. First one right down the middle. Picture perfect strike. Dorsus sort of painting that box early on. We've seen her hug the left side a little bit. We've seen some right down the middle like that last one. She took Manobe out swinging. Going to try to do it again. Second pitch goes down as a ball. It's a 1-1 count here. Line up the third one. This one swung on, sent back to the backstop. That's going to make it 1-2 for Matthews here at the plate. Katie Matthews making her 14th start of the season, one of 2 players in this Tiger lineup to start every game so far. She got 12 hits on the year and 5 doubles. Watch out for the big shot here. She swings again and makes contact once more. Twice to the backstop goes Matthews. Shelbyville native. Team loaded with that local talent, Indiana, Illinois areas. Swinging again, this one into the field, played on, play made at first, trying for the double at third. That will be late. Down goes Katie Matthews for the second out of the top of the first, but Orval making her way methodically around the bases. She's up to third now, and DePauw going to try to power her on home and go up 1-0 on the hosting Hornets, who again have not lost yet this year. Coming fresh off a two-game sweep, crosstown rival Sweetbriar on Friday. First pitch for Dorsus on the 4-hole hitter, Emily Timberman. And you want to talk about the most dangerous lady in the lineup for this DePauw squad. Look no further than Timberman. You want somebody to power Orval home. How about 11 RBIs for number 4 at the plate right now? Dorsus' second pitch, hugs low. It will be ball 2. Dorsus going to take a moment, try to collect herself. She's gone up on every batter so far. Had it not been for Taliumptuous diving effort coming up just short, Lynchburg would already be out of the inning. Dorsus picks up her first strike after the swing from Timberman, sends the third ball of this first inning into the backstop. So that moment to collect herself maybe proving fruitful here for Dorsus. Fourth pitch on the way. Swung on. Hit deep into center. Right down the middle. A center cut homer. A 2-run homer. 12th and 13th RBIs of the season for Emily Timberman. She came in batting .438. She's batting 1,000 through her first at-bat of today's contest. We wondered if we'd see a 1-0 early advantage here for DePauw. Tigers are going to go ahead and double that up. It's a 2-0 lead for the visitors, as Lynchburg could not pick up that third out. Dorsus, a great start through the first 3 batters. Just one recorded a hit. She struck out the other 2. Struck out one swinging, one on the put out at first. Got those 2 outs in her back pocket, trying to pick up the third here. Just batting against the 5-hitter, Ella Quinster here, who will make contact and send it into foul territory for strike 1. A 1-1 count against Quinster. Sophomore dual position player, outfield and shortstop for the sophomore out of Oak Park, Illinois. 7 RBIs on the year. It's a clean slate on the plates. This one hugs the left side too far to the inside. It's ball 2. These last 2 batters giving a little bit of trouble here for Dorsus. Dorsus eyes up pitch number 4. This one low and a little too low. It's now a 3-1 count. Dorsus, we mentioned that 4.1 strikeout to walk ratio. She has only walked 11 batters on the year. Trying to avoid picking up number 12 here. Starts with this pitch. Swung on. Hit. Play. Strickland over to the first baseline. And that will be the third out of the top of the first. Lynchburg allows 2, but does get out, with limiting that damage to just a 2-0 deficit. Dorsus, a hot start, but it is the hot bat of Emily Timberman that has the Tigers up top early. Josie Hare will start in the circle. She will wear number 14 for Coach Erica Hanrahan's DePauw Tigers, and she'll start with 2 runs, a 2-run advantage that is, in her back pocket. That's off the 5th home run of the season for Emily Timberman. This DePauw team only has 7, and 5 of them are from Emily Timberman. She has been the hot hand, leads this team not only in home runs and slugging percentage. She's got the big shot to her name, but also in batting average. So just not somebody that you want to see stepping up to the plate. Luckily for Lynchburg, they hope it will at least be another 2 innings before they have to face number 4. For Josie Hare, a 6.05 ERA, a 1-2 record to start the year. We'll see if that 2-0 advantage on the scoreboard helps to give her a little bit of confidence. She steps into the plate against a Lynchburg team, a hot-hitting Lynchburg team. And the leadoff batter for these Hornets will not even bite on that first one. It's Carly Hudnall, the junior catcher from Rustburg, Virginia. Last season, a third-team All-ODAC selection. Second pitch on the way. Backing out again goes Hudnall. That's going to be 2 balls in the back pocket for number 6. It's always important. You face that first batter and obviously the top of the lineup. Obviously, you don't want to give away all of your top stuff too early on, but you do want to figure out some ways to try and paint that box, give them some different looks, try to at least get off to a hot start. That one came off a little haywire. They're going to say it caught the bottom corner. Umpire goes strike 2 there. So now after getting up 2-0, Hudnall is facing a battle back attempt from Hare in the circle. Next pitch on the way, that one way on the outside. Similar looking pitch to the last one we saw. She tries to paint that bottom left corner. First time it worked. That time pitch got the best of her a little too far outside. Here comes the next one. Again, goes to the left side of the plate. And again, it's too far outside. Ball 4 will issue the walk to Hudnall and will bring up Jessica Strickland, the reigning ODAC Player of the Week. What a week she had last week. She leads the team with a .452 average on the year, the freshman from Apex, North Carolina. Hudnall thought about trying to go ahead and steal second. She thinks better of it. Retreats to first. Strickland last week, 11 hits, 5 doubles, a .458 average on the week. Video game numbers from the freshman. She's going to show the bunt here. They will not toss her out at first. Now trying to take third goes Hudnall. Did they get her? She's safe. Lynchburg. Hudnall picks up an extra base, and the Hornets are in scoring position off the bunt from Jessica Strickland. And oh, by the way, Strickland went ahead and made her way all the way over to second base. Lynchburg has 2 in scoring position, and it is a meeting in the circle here for DePauw. We wondered what the start would look like for Josie Hare. Again, a 6.05 ERA coming in. This is her 8th appearance of the season, her 3rd start. It has certainly not been picture perfect. But I think it's this moment in the game where you do have to collect yourself. You haven't given up a run yet. Got to minimize the damage. Take it one by one. Try to rack up a couple of strikes and just find that first out. That's where it starts. You got to break it down piece by piece in this game. A recap of the bottom of this first inning. Josie Hare walked Carly Hudnall. That was the leadoff for Lynchburg. She's been in that leadoff role for some time. Did it as a freshman as well. And then the second hitter was the freshman Jessica Strickland. She bunted to the left side, went ahead, was able to pick up 2 bases after Hudnall picks the extra base to third, and that's going to be a hit by pitch on the first pitch out of the plate meeting. The bases are juiced. Lynchburg has them loaded as the third hole hitter before we even introduced you to her. Kaylee Hackett went ahead and took first base on the HBP. And now you want to talk about 4-hole hitters you don't want to see. Lynchburg's Sarah Watts up to the plate. First one down the middle, it's strike one against Sarah Watts. Watts watching that one all the way down Main Street. She'll go down 0-1. Second pitch on the way. She'll swing on that one. Cars watch out on Lakeside Drive. That one clears the backstop for Watts. Watts, a team lead, 47 at-bats, 4 home runs, 31 total bases, 721 on the slugging. Does it all. She and Strickland have gotten things going for this Lynchburg offense early in the year. First ball after a 2-0 start for Hare in the circle. That one goes the way of the batter. 1-2 count, awaiting pitch number 4. Hare trying to strike out Lynchburg's top swinger of the bat. She won't do it with that pitch, but she'll get 2 more tries unless Watts takes her into the field. 2-2 count. Pitch number 5 on the way. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Struck out swinging. And after issuing the hit by pitch to load up the bases out of that plate meeting, that's got to do something for the confidence of Josie Hare. A deep breath, and you bring up the next batter. It's Alyssa Taliumchua. Taliumchua just about got us out of that top of the first before DePauw recorded a score. A diving attempt down in left field came up just short. We in here in the press box, we thought she got her glove under it and made the play, but instead a hit was issued. The rest of the inning, well, you know what happened. A 2-0 advantage on the scoreboard tells you all you need to know. Swinging on the second one makes it 0-2 for Taliumchua, and Hare's starting to pick up some momentum. Third pitch on the way. That one haywire. Bases still loaded. Lynchburg not trying to rush anything. 1-2 count favors the pitcher, but just 1 out against the Hornets. Hare eyes. Taliumchua ready. Swing. Another swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts swinging for the starter from DePauw. So now you start to get a little bit antsy if you're this Lynchburg lineup. Josie Hare entered today just 11 strikeouts to 13 walks on the year, but she's picked up back-to-back strikeouts on the last 2 batters. That one far to the outside, trying the pickoff attempt at second. They weren't able to get there in time to Strickland. These Hornets base runners antsy, trying to get around and get on the board. It's the designated player, Anna Grace Terrell. She awaits pitch number 2. It hugged that outside line, and it goes down as ball 2. It's been all over that left outside line here for Hare early on. She snuck a few in there. More often than not, she's gone a little too far on it. Third pitch on the way, again to the left. That time she sneaks it in. First strike down for Hare, who struck out the last 2. Terrell, the junior from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, trying to send somebody home. 2 outs against the Hornets. Thought about swinging at that one, thinks better of it, and it's ball 3. A walk here puts Lynchburg on the board. Hare has walked 1, hit another by a pitch already. Terrell waits. Hare fires. Terrell swings on the 3-1 count, and that makes it strike 2. Full count for Hare. She got behind 2-0 and then 3-1, but she's got a chance to strand 3 here for Lynchburg. The all-important 6th pitch on the way. Swinging and a miss. Strikes out 3 in a row. Does Josie Hare, and Lynchburg strands the bases juiced. 3 runners left on base for Lynchburg, an opportunity wasted. And it will be Kaylee Dorsis and the Lynchburg defense heading back out for the top of the 2nd. Kelsey Bernhardt up to the plate now for the visiting DePauw Tigers. Visitors trying to play spoiler early on. It's a 2-0 advantage for the black and yellow. First pitch of the top of the second from Kaylee Dorsis. Picks up a strike. Dorsis got out to a hot start in that top of the first. It was really just the one swing of the bat from Timberman that sent the DePauw dugout into a frenzy and gave us our 2-0 score. She gave up 2 hits in the top of the first. Those were enough to power home 2 runs. Interesting as Dorsis started strong and then let a couple of hits get by her. It was the opposite for Josie Hare and DePauw. It was a rough start to the inning. She let the bases get loaded, no outs down. That's going to be a put out in left field. This time Tally Umpshua does well to get under it. A little bit of an easier play made there, but we won't call it an easy play for number 17 out there in left field. Still had to go down to her knees and make a sliding catch. But compared to the first one where she fully laid out, makes everything look like a piece of cake. That brings us to the 6th hole now for DePauw. Dorsis gets top of the order in this top of the second. Out on the putout, trying to do it again against number 24, Goose Moore. Excuse me, I got ahead of myself. Behind, I should say. We're up to the 7th hole now for the senior outfielder from Indianapolis. 323 average, second on the team. And if she gets on base, watch out. 8 of 11 on stolen base attempts this year. That one paints the left side a little too much. First ball against Dorsis, who was trying to go an 0-3 strikeout against Goose Moore. Potential all-name team selection here to watch out for Goose Moore. Goose swings on the third one, sends it to Strickland. Strickland looking for first base. Off the mark a little bit on the toss over there. That's going to be error number 1. E1 for Jess Strickland. Place that relay over to first base a little bit off the mark. Does the second baseman there, Jess Strickland. So that will get the First Lady on board for DePauw. Mentioned, watch out for 8 stolen bases through 13 games. She's trying to steal here. They go to Strickland. Did Strickland get her? She did. Thrown out at second base. Make it 8 of 12 on the stolen base attempts now for Goose Moore. First attempt of the day goes sour. Jess Strickland there to make the play. And Lynchburg 2 outs in its back pocket. Trying to pick up the third here is Dorsis. Pitch on the way inside. Nope, it's a strike. Both pitchers starting off this game hugging the left side. Right now it's the inside for number 84. Always like to see those high numbers crack the lineup. Brooke Bruin wears 84. And she's down 1-2. Dorsis trying to strike her out. Make it 3 up, 3 down. This one put into play. Dorsis misplays it. Can Lynchburg get it on the second attempt? They can. It snuck by Dorsis, but this time the relay to first is in time and on the mark. Lynchburg, no dramatics in the top of the second. The Hornets protect just the 2-goal deficit heading into the bottom of the second. 2-0 DePauw advantage on the road, trying to spoil Lynchburg's 10-0 start to the home campaign. Lynchburg out to one of the hottest starts it has seen under head coach Dawn Simmons. Lexi Powell is the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the second. Lexi Powell, a mainstay in this Lynchburg lineup. In 2021, her freshman campaign, she was second team All-ODAC. Hit .331 on the year, had 10 doubles, 25 RBIs that year, 8 stolen bases as well. She's trying to heat things up here early on in this year's campaign. And we will note some career numbers to watch for. After an illegal pitch there from Hare. It's 1 ball, 1 strike against Powell. But back to that last point, Powell 2 hits away from 100 in her career, 3 RBIs away from 50. One count against Powell now. Next pitch on the way. Powell once again will swing and once again catches the backstop. Second time in 3 pitches. Powell hungry to pick up one of those 2 hits she needs to get to 100. Got to be careful here, though. 1-2. That one's upstairs and out of the box. Powell stays at the plate. And for Josie Hare, you don't want to feel like you get too much confidence if it's a slow start to the top of the inning. Bottom of the inning, I should say. That one too high again. Now the count goes full. Hare had a favorable 2-1 count. Powell's battled back, stuck in there. And a full count now with pitch number 6 on the way. Here it comes. Inside. Might have caught Powell. Not sure. That, if so, it's the second hit by pitch of the game. She got Hudnall in the first. But nevertheless, off to first base goes Lexi Powell. Up to home plate comes Madison Barnes. Barnes listed as a pitcher as well for this Lynchburg team. She's playing first base today. Scottsburg, Virginia native, bunts to the left side. They'll go first base first and throw Barnes out, so make it a sac bunt as she sends Powell up to second. Hornets advance Powell. She picks up another base. And job done there for Madison Barnes. So now just 1 out, 1 runner in scoring position. That's Lexi Powell on second. And into the bottom of the order, Addison Walter. First pitch inside. Goes down as a strike. Mechanicsville product, Addison Walter. 23 runs in 2023. We're best on the team. Next pitch on the way. That one way inside. Just about caught the arm of Walter. Be interesting to see if Hare starts to mix this thing up a little bit. Try to get some of these batters to chase to the outside, as she's put a lot to this left side, which, of course, for most batters is the inside shoulder. We'll have to watch that as this game progresses. It's a 1-2 count. Hare trying to pick up out number 2. She's got Powell directly behind her on second. Swing. And the plate appearance continues here for number 3, Addison Walter. Lynchburg batters have done well to hang in there. The longer you can hang in there as a batter, the more it favors you. Pitch count starting to elevate a bit for Hare. This one right down Main Street just about, but not quite enough. Walter stays. Ball 2. She'll try to see the count go full here unless she chases. Inside, she does chase. It won't matter. It's a foul ball. Had she watched that one, don't believe that one would have snuck in there. Would have driven the count full, but instead we remain at 2-2. One out against the Hornets, one runner. That is Lexi Powell on second. Hare has 3 strikeouts swinging already today. This one's going to be placed safely down in right field. Can it send Powell home? No, she will have to stay at third. But a hit recorded here for Lynchburg. As Addison Walter gets on plate, she is over there at first base. Runners in the corners for Lynchburg. Lexi Powell stays in scoring position but moves one spot closer. She's 60 feet away from picking up a run. We go back to the top of the order for Lynchburg's second appearance of the day for Carly Hudnall. Only 2 outfielders out there right now for DePauw. Nobody out in right field right now. DePauw in close, trying to protect that 2-0 lead, trying to keep Lynchburg off the board. Taking a little bit of a lead over at first there went Addison Walter. Hudnall had a season best 3 hits against Sweetbriar on Friday. One here would drive Powell home. Lines it up, places it high in the air. All you got to do now is catch it. DePauw will. That's the second out of the inning. We'll see. Yeah, DePauw's going to continue to leave right field vacant. Empty spot over there on the right-hand side. It's an interesting look. Here comes the lefty, Jess Strickland. You kind of understand it. Maybe to throw that against one batter. You do have Lexi Powell, of course, over there on third, so I understand trying to shield her off, protect home plate, but we'll see. Strickland, the lefty, lines one right into right field. Can it get down? Yes, it will. Back at the track. Here comes Lynchburg. Can they get 3? 2 are in. Powell scores. Walter scores. And on third, it's a triple for Jess Strickland. The reigning ODAC Player of the Week. She stays hot. She had 11 hits last week. Mark it down, another one. A triple for the freshman, Jess Strickland. Lynchburg has knotted this thing up at 2 apiece with 2 outs down in the bottom of the second. Everything's coming up 2s. 2 runs apiece, 2 hits for the visitors, 2 outs against Lynchburg. It's just all 2s on the scoreboard right now. Lynchburg swings again, this time into left, shallow left, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. But reason for excitement on the Lynchburg side of things. Hornets knot this thing up at 2 apiece off the Jess Strickland triple. Jess Strickland nearly goes yard in her last plate appearance, your reigning ODAC Player of the Week. She is the difference maker for Lynchburg right now. She drove home 2 runs, and we're knotted up at 2. Diving catch off the first pitch goes Dorsis. Dorsis records the putout. Hugs all around. What a way to start the top of the third. Lynchburg starting to capture some momentum. But back to that Strickland point, one of the weirder situations you'll see. DePauw moved in its right fielder. One batter before Strickland. That was for Carly Hudnall, the leadoff hitter for Lynchburg. Then Strickland, the lefty. We'll check this play first. Play at first is not made. It gets by the first baseman for Lynchburg. Madison Barnes over there working first base, unable to corral it. Back to that last point, yeah, they moved the right fielder in against the righty Carly Hudnall. But then when the lefty, Jess Strickland, came up to plate, they didn't put anybody back there. Strickland on the second pitch targets right down that right line, places it firmly in right field at the track. And she sends home 2, stranded herself at third after Lynchburg put out on the next batter. But those 2 runs were enough to knot this thing up. We're on to the next batter now for DePauw. After the second error of the game for Lynchburg, none against DePauw to this point. Back to the top of the order we go now for the Tigers. Excuse me, not there just yet. Got Riley Heim marked down as my bottom of the order, but up to plate right now is Libby Minogue. Substitution for DePauw. Minogue is going to now sit in that leadoff spot. Minogue, a 1-0 lead on Dorsis. Swings at this one. Down, caught again by Taliumptua. Rocket to first. Not in time, but Taliumptua has her second put out of the day in left field. Taliumptua, she has been targeted a lot over there in left field and has risen to the occasion more often than not. Katie Matthews in now. She'll stand against Dorsis. Pitch on the way for Dorsis. Hard into the backstop. Good thing we have the netting here. There would have been a very unlucky fan standing there right behind it. Big old swing there from Matthews, the junior from Shelbyville, Indiana. Second pitch goes as the first. 2 strikes in the hole now for Dorsis. She got out of that second inning clean. Dorsis, an ERA below 1. She's given up 2 runs early in this game. Again, both came in that first inning. Since then, it's now been 5 consecutive outs, make it 6 consecutive outs without a run for DePauw. Swung on, ball sneaks through the first, second try, out to first, and it's an out. The put out once again from Strickland over to Barnes. That has been money for Lynchburg. A fast top of the third. We swing to the bottom of the third when we return on LHSN. Hornets have not lost a home game all year. They've lost just one series early on this year. That was against TCNJ. Lynchburg picked up all 3 of its losses in a row. Just an interesting thing to note as the Hornets are 13-3. But they have heated up again as of late. Won both games of a doubleheader. Both low-scoring affairs against Sweetbriar on Friday. Lynchburg scored under 3 runs in both of those games. But today, have it knotted up 2-2, and we're just in the bottom of the third. The Bats heating up a little bit between Lynchburg and DePauw. Hornets marquee win this year. They split in 2 games against Salisbury. That's the second year in a row that Lynchburg's knocked off Salisbury, one of the top programs in the country, the Seagulls from Maryland. Last year that upset came when Salisbury was the number 1 team in the nation, and it came right here at Schellenberger Field. A 1-2 count against Sarah Watts, the leadoff hitter in this bottom of the third inning. Josie Hare still at the circle for DePauw, and she's got her 4th strikeout of the game. All of them swinging. Sarah Watts chases on that last one, strikes out on a 1-3 count. Taliumchua back up. She's been active in the field today, trying to heat up her bat. Her second appearance of the day, struck out last time up. Pitch count already up to 48 for Josie Hare. Make it 49 with that last pitch. Next one on the way for Taliumchua. She eyes it, will not take it. And that's ball 2 on the way on the 50th pitch of the day for Hare. 17th start of the season for Taliumchua. She's cracked the lineup in every opportunity so far this year. Sophomore outfielder from Yorktown, Virginia. 16 hits to her name. 2 of them have been doubles. She awaits with a favorable 2-1 count. Swings on this one, pops it into the air, foul territory. Catch made down the third baseline. Taliumchua in 2 at-bats today. She is put out both times. Excuse me, a correction on that one. Strikeout, 1 put out for number 17 for Lynchburg. Welcomes Anna Grace Terrell. She struck out her first time up. 4 strikeouts for Hare. 1 swing of the bat for Strickland has been the main point. Credit to Hare, got in a pickle in that first inning. Bottom of the first, had the bases loaded for Lynchburg and no outs on the board. And then Hare went on to strike out 3, all of them swinging, all of them chasing. That was pivotal in this game. That one placed in the soft spot of this defense, but Terrell just couldn't quite reach the bag in time. Can't get through the 60 feet fast enough. And it's another quick 3 up, 3 down inning. Both the top and the bottom of the third went as such. So our score holds at 2 apiece through 3. Three up, 3 down for Lynchburg. The last time out when they were up to bat. That brings DePauw back in, and the 3 for the Tigers, Lockridge, Cox, and Manobe. will face Kaylee Dorsis. 2 hits against her today, 2 runs. This one placed, unable to be corralled by the diving Jess Strickland. And kicking off top of the 4th now with a hit goes Timberman. Timberman recorded her 5th home run of the season. That gave the 2 runs on the board to DePauw. Big swing of the bat right down the middle, just about clinked off of the pole holding the American flag right in the middle of center field. Through the M in Moon. Have a pinch runner coming out here for DePauw. It will be number 3 for the Tigers, Emily Dumays, sophomore from Makina, Illinois. Plays both the outfield and catcher for this DePauw team. DePauw is really, they've done well to control this NCAC, the North Coast Athletic Conference. Solid conference up in the north. Denison up there, among a number of others, but it has been DePauw's conference as of late. 8 straight NCAA appearances from 14 to 2022. Reached the NCAA final in both 2015 and 2021. And within the conference, back-to-back regular season titles. They've captured 3 since 2019. Last year, worked their way to a winning record, kept the winning record streak alive, but did miss the NCAA tournament, failed to go 3 in a row in winning the NCAC tournament. They're trying to get back to that point this year, yet to play a conference game. Hornets have played 2, and they came just a couple of days ago. It's part of a little win streak that Lynchburg's on now. It was obviously a 9-game win streak to start the year, then 3 straight losses, now 4 straight wins for Dawn Simmons' club. Showing bunt here, and now swinging on the bunt, backs out of it. Double play opportunity for Lynchburg. Had it at second. Strickland waited a hair too long, firing over to Barnes at first. Credit to Watts making the play to corral that ball off the bat. That's the first out against DePauw as Hornets sent DePauw's Maddie Lockridge packing. Bernhard back to the plate now. Second appearance of the day. Steal attempt, we'll call it a leadoff attempt rather, over there at first base for Lockridge. Unsuccessful, but she is able to make it back over to first successfully. It's back over to Bernhard, 1-0. Here comes from Dorsis, looks at that one all the way, will not fire on it. We're 1 ball behind to make it a 3-0 count now. Dorsis going to try to battle back from this one, try to avoid giving up what would be her first walk of the day. Pitch count has climbed a bit now on Dorsis. Nearing 50 in the game here. Top of the 4th inning. Nearing the midway point. She battles back for 1 pitch. Narrows it up a little closer at 3-1. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Right over to Strickland. Right back to first base. A relay's been on point for the most part today. DePauw will advance Lockridge into scoring position at second. But the Hornets will avoid giving up a walk. No runners walk today. Big one for Lynchburg. 2 errors so far, and then stranding 3 on base. Bases loaded, bases stranded in the bottom of the first. Those have been the bugaboos for the Hornets early on today. Pitch fired on against Goose Moore, and it is corralled, caught easily. And once again, Lynchburg places a goose egg in the scoring column off the goose swing. It is 2 apiece still at the halfway point of this contest. 4.5 complete, 3.5 complete rather, and you're watching LHSN. Here's your game break on this one as we get ready to fire into the bottom of the fourth. The visitors got on the board, and they did it early on. A big swing of the bat from the leading hitter for this DePauw lineup. Who else could have done it right down the middle than number 4, Emily Timberman, the senior from Fishers, Indiana, fired 2 in, including herself off of her 5th home run shot of the season. Lynchburg was unable to answer in the bottom of the first despite putting 3 on base. They stranded the bases loaded. But then Kaylee Dorsis got things back under control at the top of the second. Hornets got out of the inning unscathed, and they were able to find their answering shot off of a swing from Jess Strickland in the bottom of the second. She placed it in right field where there was no fielder. DePauw moved its outfielder in the right side inside, and that spot was left open for the left-hitting freshman from Apex, North Carolina. She made DePauw pay, tied this thing up at 2 apiece. She advanced to third on what went down as a triple on the ball that landed on the warning track. That tied things up at 2, and then we've gone 3 straight scoreless half innings, relatively without drama. Quite a few strikeouts, quite a few putouts, quite a few relays over to first. Business as usual. The defense is taking control after a hot start offensively. Josie Hare will remain in the circle for DePauw. Her pitch count has climbed up to 55. She's allowed 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned. She's walked 2 but struck out 4. A confidence boost for Josie Hare, who's getting her 3rd start of the season today. She entered with a 1-2 record and a 6.05 ERA in her 22 innings of work. But the big thing to note was an 11 strikeout, 13 walk ratio. And again, today, 2-1 is the ratio on 4 strikes and 2 walks. Lexi Powell back up to the plate. She did reach base on her first appearance, but did so on a walk. She'll swing on the first pitch, which was a little inside, all the way back at the track, and the catch is made for DePauw. 1 swing of the bat, 1 out against the Hornets. Lexi Powell saw one she liked. Why not go ahead and fire on it? So for Powell, who walked in her first at-bat, it'll be a put out to left field in appearance number 2. Madison Barnes, the first baseman, up to the plate now. She looks all the way at pitch number 1. It will go down as a strike, so an 0-1 count for Hare with 1 out already taken care of. Swinging on the second, back into the backstop. An 0-2 count now favors Hare. 1 out already for DePauw. They're trying to keep this defensive-leaning game going. Pick up another half inning scoreless. See if Madison Barnes has something to say about it. Looks at the 3rd pitch. That one wasn't far off, but does miss slightly. It's a 1-2 count now for Harris. She's still up. Barnes eyes the pitch. That'll knot it up at 2-2 count. Slight lead now for Hare, but she led 0-2. Barnes standing in there, not too over anxious to swing on everything. She's just letting this one develop a little bit. She'll swing on this one and may have caught it. Looks like she did. Barnes hangs in there. Two remains the count against Madison Barnes. This one fired in and a strikeout swinging. 5th of the game for Hare. They've all been chasing. Barnes hung in there for a while. She looked at a lot of the pitches she saw. But on that last one, she decides to go after it, and Hare starting to paint the box a little bit. She was placing everything to the left side of the box early on. The inside for most batters. Now she's starting to get a little creative with it and picking up a lot of momentum. 5th strikeout of the day against just 2 walks. Addison Walter up now. She recorded a hit. Got on base in her first at-bat. She'll swing on this one, nearly trying to hug the third baseline, unable to do so. Over towards head coach Dawn Simmons. 24th year head coach Dawn Simmons. Recently picked up her 700th career win. Simmons did that on March 16th against Kings. It's one thing to pick up a milestone win. It's another when you can do it in a season that's gotten off to such a hot start as this one. That just makes everything a little bit sweeter. Ball club in a battle right now with DePauw, who entered today a game below 500. They will play 2. The second game is tentatively lined up for a 3 p.m. start. We'll see. We're flying through this one at the moment. Another scoreless inning. Another batter goes down. Make it 6 strikeouts for Hare. She got off to a slow start. Bases were loaded for Lynchburg since then. It's been just about nothing short of perfection. Hare has Lynchburg's offense on the ropes. Well, folks, a quick glance at the calendar. It'll tell you we are into the March month of the season. March Madness going on right now for all the basketball fans out there. And a little bit of March Madness here. Coach Erica Hanrahan, the head woman at the top of this DePauw program, a graduate of St. Peter's College. Of course, a couple of years ago, making some history by taking down Kentucky in the first round as the first batter up. Bruin goes down on 1 pitch, 1 out for Lynchburg early on. St. Peter's takes down Kentucky back in 2022. Cracked the NCAA tournament again this year. First round exit at the hands of Tennessee. Got to be nice to see the old alma mater succeeding in March for Coach Hanrahan. Second batter up here is Heim for DePauw. Her second appearance of the day. She'll place one between the first baseman and the shortstop there for Lynchburg. Play is unable to be made on the 4th hit of the day for DePauw. 7 hits total between these two teams today. 4 runs. All 4 coming in the first 2 innings. Macy Cox steps up to the plate with one runner on base. Fire in from Dorsis way outside to the left. Thought about running on the outside there, but not fully committing to it from first base was Riley Heim. Macy Cox sent in here, not in the starting lineup. She's out at first, play at second, not in time. Runner in scoring position off the sacrifice there. It moves Heim up to second base. It sends Macy Cox back to the dugout, but DePauw has its best chance to put points on the board since it put up those first two, the first pair on the home run in the top of the first. Showing bunt here is Minogue. Pitch, she'll swing on it. Right down the middle, catch is made in center field. 3 up, 3 down. Runner stranded in scoring position for DePauw, and we're just flying on through this one. Lynchburg and DePauw, they're locked in a low-scoring one, but they're locked in a battle. It's 2 apiece with the bottom of the 5th on deck. Tension starting to heat up in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Well, the day will be done for DePauw's Josie Hare. She will check out after going 66 pitches. We'll give you her final line. It was 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned. She walked 2 but struck out 6, and she struck out 5 of the 6 swinging. First time up in the circle for DePauw today in that bottom of the first. She got in a sticky situation. The bases were loaded. No outs down on the board. And you want to talk about battling back. Hare really got this thing going for DePauw, protected that 2-0 lead. This could be Lynchburg going away at this point in this contest had it not been for her work in the bottom of the first inning. She will turn things over to Peyton Rohr. Rohr will enter the game, the freshman right-handed pitcher. Also mans the outfield from time to time out of Northridge, California. She'll face off against Lynchburg's Carly Hudnall. Hudnall's been walked once today. Strickland's on deck for Lynchburg. She's had the hot bat as of late. She's had the hot bat today as well. 2 hits, 2 RBIs for Jess Strickland. She's 2 for 2 on the day. Watching that one go by goes Hudnall. Hudnall's first plate appearance, she was hit by pitch. This is her 3rd time up, 2nd at bat as it stands right now. Rohr trying to get worked into this game. She starts it off with 2 balls, but battles back with a strike on pitch number 3. Rohr, a 4.73 ERA on the season, an 0-1 record. It's the long journey all the way from Northridge, California to DePauw. We mentioned it's a DePauw team that mostly stacked with that local talent. Surrounding areas, Indiana, Illinois, good portion from Indianapolis itself. It seems like every once in a while you do get a few. You always wonder, you always want to hear what some of those recruiting stories are like when you see, especially with Lynchburg playing a lot of teams over from the East Coast or more specifically from Virginia. You see an Oregon or a Colorado pop up from time to time. You just always wonder what the stories are there. First strikeout of the day on the first batter faced. So that's a good way to start things out. Got behind 2-0, battled back to pull off the strikeout. Goes Peyton Rohr. Took her 6 pitches to retire the leadoff woman, Carly Hudnall. But boy, oh boy, it's Jess Strickland up to the plate now. The lineup doesn't get any easier here at the top. Kaylee Hackett is on deck, and then it'll be Sarah Watts in the 4 spot. First swing is a miss from Strickland. Mentioned Strickland 2 for 2 on the day so far. She powered home the 2 RBI shot on a triple. It gave Lynchburg each of its 2 runs. She's behind 0-2, and she's swung at them both here. Sometimes when that bat heats up, you're a little more inclined to chase a little bit. And again, Strickland, just a freshman, shows a lot of maturity. That probably goes without saying. If you look at her stat line and the trust that Coach Simmons has in her, placing her second in the lineup, it's been great to get the contribution from her, but it's 3 swings, 3 misses, 3 strikes, no balls. Strickland retired. 2 retired, 2 strikeouts. A hot start for Peyton Rohr. See if Kaylee Hackett can get on base here to bring Sarah Watts up, who's on deck, and potentially break this deadlock at 2. She is, we'll see. Can she get there in time? She does. That was a bang, bang play at first base. Laying out, what a grab. On the relay over to first, it was just a beat too slow. Catch was made soundly by the first baseman, Mathies. A beat too slow. Hackett reaches base, and here you go for Lynchburg. One of the better opportunities we've seen in several innings. We're bottom of the 5th. It's starting to get real in the top half of this doubleheader, and Lynchburg's got one of its best batters up to the plate. Sarah Watts, the March 11th ODAC Player of the Week. She's no stranger to the big moment. Hit the go-ahead homer to take down number 1 Salisbury last season. Eyes the second pitch. They've both been balls early on for Rohr, who struck out the first 2 she faced. Hackett, the runner on first. Watts again watches. And again, it's a ball. 3-0 count against Sarah Watts. A walk will place Hackett in scoring position. We'll see if Rohr can battle back. Here's the pitch. Eyes it again. This time it's downstairs. A basement pitch from Rohr, and she's walked her first after striking out the first 2. So an interesting line early on for Rohr. She starts off, gets behind 2-0 on the first batter she faced, the top of the order, Hudnall, battles back to strike her out, then strikes out Strickland, 0-3, then gives up a hit, then gives up a walk. So who knows what we'll see here as she faces Alyssa Taliumptua with 2 on base. Two appearances, 2 at-bats for Taliumptua, 1 strikeout. She's knotted up 1-1 right now with 2 on. Made 2 or 3 great plays in the field already. Just about recorded a highlight diving play over there in left field. Pitch number 3 on the way, swung on and missed from Taliumptua, who now is behind 1-2. Lynchburg desperately trying to break this gridlock at 2 apiece. Can Taliumptua advance Hackett and prolong the bottom of the inning? She'll stay at the plate. That one misses inside for Rohr. It's 2-2. Drama building here on Moon Field. Hackett ready to go at second. Ready, aim, fire from Rohr. Taliumptua swings, misses, and it's 3 strikeouts. All outs recorded on swinging strikes. And what a way to enter this game for Rohr. She does give up 1 hit, but once again, Lynchburg strands a pair. The stranded runners beginning to become a theme. Hornets have left 6 on base through the first 5 innings. We're through 5 complete, and we're still tied up at 2. A fantastic finish appears to be brewing between DePauw and Lynchburg on LHSN. It remains Dorsis for Dawn Simmons' club. She's into the 6th now. We don't want to say this is necessarily odd. Dorsis has already gone 5 complete this season. Complete game, sort of the name of the game for Lynchburg pitchers, be it softball or baseball. Emily Charlton, we'll see if we see her at all today. She's recorded a couple complete this year as well. And Lynchburg baseball's run to the national title last year, it was complete game after complete game. 3 of Lynchburg's starting pitchers did it coming down the wire there in that dramatic 3-game series against Johns Hopkins. It's Dorsis with a 1-1 count right now, top of the 6th. Still stuck at 2. It looked like this one was going to strain the scoreboard. Instead, we have gone 6 straight scoreless half innings. DePauw trying to change that. They're trying to do so with your first batter of the inning. It's Mathies, the first baseman. 3rd at bat of the game, 3rd plate appearance. Dumais on deck. 2-2 count. Dorsis trying to pick up the SO. Fires that one in just low. Collective groan from the Lynchburg contingent. Count goes full, 3-2. Dorsis trying to get ahead and pick up out number 1 and as many faced. This one swung on, fired deep into left, but down the foul line. Wide left of the pole. Appearance continues. 7th pitch upcoming for Dorsis. Her pitch count is elevated over 60 now. This one swung on again, popped up high, back at the track, making the play. Lynchburg picks up out number 1. It was shaping up to be a strikeout. Instead, put out in deep right field all the way back at the track. The fly out to right field. That brings up batter number 2. It is Dumais. Lockridge now on deck for DePauw. It'll be a brief conversation between Dorsis and her catcher, Hudnall. Take a quick beat here. Again, the drama starting to build, and we're going to get, looks like a change coming in for Dawn Simmons' team. She speaks with the umpire.
Now batting and pinch hitting for DePauw.
DePauw, they've switched things up a couple of times today, moving things around in the order. This time it's Timberman moving up. So she will take Dumais' spot in the order. It's Coach Hanrahan. She's looking for a big-time shot. There's been 1 home run in this game. It does belong to Timberman. It powered home 2, the only 2 runs scored of the day. And we'll see if Dorsis goes at her or not. The first one she does. A strike that hugged the top half of the box. Pitch number 2 hugs the right side but swung on. Strike 2. Dorsis a 2-0 advantage on the top hitter for this DePauw lineup. Timberman, 5 home runs on the season. 1 of them came today. She's got 5 of DePauw's 7 big shots on the year. Dorsis, a high ball will keep the hopes alive for Timberman here. Fans sitting on the edge of their seats. 1 big swing of the bat sends this game in a whole new direction. No runners on here for DePauw. That one hugs the right too far. Swings outside right. Battling back comes Timberman. It's 2-2. Timberman has recorded hits in both appearances today. That one was narrow, a narrow miss to the outside. And the count goes full for the 2nd straight batter. Timberman moved in as the pinch hitter. She's in for Dumais, trying to be a difference maker here. Swings on, deep shot, left field. And that one is out of here. 2nd big one of the day. After the count goes full, Timberman has her 6th home run of the season. She's got 2 today. It's a solo shot. And DePauw has finally cracked open the tie in this ball game. The Tigers lead at 3-2 And Dorsis, who has navigated this lineup for DePauw masterfully. If you took out Timberman, she's only given up one hit, and she'd only given up no runs. No runs would have gone down against Dorsis if it weren't for number 4 in black. Timberman keeping these DePauw hopes alive. Can Dorsis battle back? Bunt on the first pitch seen. She will reach first. It was closer than it looked like it may be. But Watts is unable to put her out at first as Lockridge reaches base. She climbs the 60 feet there. Now some momentum on the DePauw side of things, and Coach Simmons wants to chat with her starting pitcher. There is someone warming up in the bullpen for Lynchburg. We'll see if they call anyone in. Dorsis, like we said, she's navigated this DePauw lineup very well, but it's a DePauw, we know, at the top of the order, in that 4-hole, the back-to-back hitters there, Timberman has been the hot hand today. That's the part you got to navigate, and that's just been the tricky part today for Dorsis and this Lynchburg defense. But you take her out, and Dorsis has played a solid game. She's given up just 3 total hits. It was only 2 until that last bunt. Just 3 total hits against the entire rest of the DePauw order, but she's given up 3 alone to Timberman. Pitch count has reached 71 as Bernhard is welcome to the plate for the 3rd time today. She will bunt again, stepping up to make the play, firing over to first goes Dorsis. A second retired for DePauw. Runner moves up to second. That's Lockridge. She's in scoring position now, a 3-2 lead for DePauw. Looks like we have another change now for this DePauw lineup. Summers is listed to be on deck, Caitlin Summers. But it looks like we're going to get number 24, Goose Moore again, the senior from Indianapolis. As of right now, Brooke Bruin, who wears number 84, is on deck. Goose Moore, it's been a tricky day looking to get going. She has not struck out yet today, but has not recorded a hit either. Flied out both appearances. She steps up, swing of the bat. Where the ball went didn't match how big the swing was. We'll wait for the call. Is trying to advance to third was Lockridge. She didn't make it. They're gonna welcome Moore back. They're gonna say that one was a foul. It was a big old swing of the bat, and it made contact. The ball just sort of died there on the doorstep. So we'll rewind, try again. 1 strike against Goose Moore. Off the foul ball, right at her feet. You look down this DePauw lineup today, though, and I mean it's a lot of offers. 0 for 1, 0 for 3, 0 for 3. But Timberman and Lockridge, those two have combined to go 4 of 5, and that has proved to be the difference. 0-1 count right now against Moore. Moore second on the team with a .323 average. Big swing here, caught by Jess Strickland. She's been the savior for Lynchburg. And this time it is DePauw that will strand one on base. But the Tigers tacked another run on, another big old swing of the bat from Timberman. Second home run of the day, puts DePauw up early and has Lynchburg on the ropes with 1.5 to go. We welcome back out to the circle Peyton Rohr. It took her 20 pitches in relief to get out of that 5th inning, but she got out of it masterfully. Recorded 3 strikeouts, all outs on strikes. Walked just 1, did surrender 1 hit. But all in all, despite it being a little bit of an unorthodox half inning from the plate, Peyton Rohr got the job done, and she re-enters for the bottom of the 6th. We're through 5.5 now. And this one it's been a barn burner. I mean, a hot start. Both teams picking up a pair of runs, one off a home run, one off a triple. The deep ball was firing early. Then we went 6 straight scoreless half innings until the hottest bat of the day for DePauw or otherwise, Emily Timberman, was welcomed back up to the plate. And Lynchburg's lucky they won't have to see her again for a while today in this game, at least not. I mean, something would have to go pretty disastrously wrong if this one doesn't go to extra innings for Lynchburg to have to see Timberman again, unless she gets moved around in the order once more. Because Dorsis, assuming that is who comes back in for the 7th inning for Lynchburg, I mean, she's gone 5 complete games already this year, so it's not that she wouldn't be able to do that. Extended conversation between Coach Simmons and our head umpire. Quite a few switches been made in this game today. More on the DePauw side, mixing things up in the order. But we've seen a few from Lynchburg. Hornets going to try to answer that solo shot from Timberman. I mean, you talk about spectacular. This DePauw lineup, only 8 home runs on the year. They only had 6 coming into today's contest. 6 of the 8 have been off the bat of Emily Timberman. A 3-for-3 day today. The one time she didn't go yard, she did get on base with a hit. Lockridge has gone 1 of 2. Those are the only 2 of the 3 players in this DePauw lineup that have recorded a hit. The only other one is Riley Heim. She got all the way to second base. She's 1 of 2 on the day, the designated player for this DePauw lineup. But the entire rest of the way for DePauw, it's been overs, and quite a few 0-for-3 stints, as Dorsis and the Lynchburg defense have mostly navigated this lineup. For Lynchburg, Anna Grace Terrell is going to kick off this bottom of the 6th. Lexi Powell is on deck. We will make a change, though. It looks like it's Georgia Thompson that will actually bat for Terrell. So that is the change that Dawn Simmons made. Georgia Thompson, the sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia, 2 RBIs on March 12th against Greensboro. A win for Lynchburg in that one. She will come up for her first plate appearance of the day. It comes in this bottom of the 6th, and it comes in the 2nd inning against Peyton Rohr. Peyton Rohr's 2nd inning, I should say. We'll see how Rohr navigates a new look. We'll see how Rohr navigates her 2nd inning of work. Here comes the pitch. A little bit high. 1 ball goes down against Rohr. Rohr 3 strikeouts in today's game. That matches the season total she brought into the game. She entered on 8 walks against 3 strikeouts. Right now it's 1 walk against 3. Current count 2-0. Georgia Thompson, favorable count, first time up to the plate. That one grounded. That's going to be a straight up and straight down. A 2-0 advantage for Georgia Thompson. She swings on the 3rd pitch, and she is surrendered over at first base. So that gives it over to Lexi Powell, who has reached base once today, did so on a walk. She'll swing on the first pitch. That's an easy out there. Jogging over to first base to make the play for DePauw.
Now batting first base number 16, Madison Barnes.
Matthews makes the play, 2 up, 2 down. Lynchburg, not the start you were looking for to this bottom of the 6th as they try to answer DePauw's shot. This one goes to the 7th. It's not a far climb right now, obviously. Just one run separating these two teams. But runs have been hard to come by as of late. That one inside from Roar. 1 ball, no strikes. See if Lynchburg can get back around some of those big-time hitters at the top of the lineup. Hudnall, Strickland, Hackett, Watts. They got to get through several more. They got to get through Barnes, and they got to get through Walter. It's a 1-1 count against Barnes right now. If one of those two could get on base, that'd be huge. Barnes 0 for 1 on the day. Walter 1 of 2. Way inside against Barnes that time. She goes back up 2-1. 2 outs already against Lynchburg. Hornets have 4 hits on the day. Their 2 runs came off 1 hit from Jessica Strickland. They've stranded 6 already. Not on right now for Barnes, who now faces a once again even count at 2-2. That one down the middle, fired into left, sneaks in on the line. No, not quite. From my vantage point, it looked like she snuck that one in, did Barnes, just outside down the third baseline, and there was nobody there to get it. That would have put Barnes on line and would have put Lynchburg 1 batter closer to the top of the order. Tough break for Lynchburg. And a good turn of events for the Tigers, trying to protect a 3-2 lead in the first of a 2-game series here on a breezy but beautiful Sunday afternoon. That one, yeah, she knew coming off the hand there, did Roar, that one didn't come off how she wanted it. Count goes full. Barnes 0 of 1 on the day. She nearly reached base a moment ago. Can she do it here? Barnes swings, places it in a weak spot. Throw is not in time. Safe at first is Madison Barnes. Another bang-bang play, but Barnes, the first baseman herself, makes up the 60 feet. She is safely on, and Lynchburg, with 2 outs against it, survives another batter. They've stranded 6 on base today. Will Barnes be the 7th, or can Lynchburg do some damage here in the bottom of the 6th? The questions to be answered as Bree Hodges will come up to the plate for the first time today. Lynchburg going to get a pinch runner in. It'll be Layla Lietzen, second baseman, a freshman from Centerville, Virginia. She's made 6 appearances this year. Bree Hodges will be the pinch hitter for the Hornets. Bree Hodges has had a good bat in her career for Lynchburg, trying to find her groove early on this season. Hodges has hit well, .313 average in 10 appearances, 5 starts. Just 5 hits. Now, an efficient 5 hits. She's powered a run in, 5 RBIs on those 5 hits. As math majors, that's 1 per. Doing something right if you can do that. She's been walked 3 times. And a .421 on base percentage. She bats in the 9-hole spot. Does so for Addison Walter. Walter was 1 of 2 on the day, but Simmons going to go with Hodges in the pinch hitter role. Pinch hitter, pinch runner on deck here for Lynchburg. First pitch swung on, bobbled. Can Hodges get there in time? Dives for it, will not make it. Does advance a runner to second, but it will not matter. Lynchburg strands another one, the 7th of the game, as Hodges unable to reach first base in time. 3-2 still your score through 6 complete. The 7th inning, all that remains is DePauw, an upset brewing in the Hill City. Apologies, back here, top of the 7th. Kaylee Dorsis trying to navigate this thing for Lynchburg. She's 0-1 right now, favoring her, but Lynchburg just surrendered the stolen base at third. 2 runners in scoring position for DePauw. The Tigers have stranded 4 on the day, but the work cut out for the Lynchburg defense here is they've got to pick up 2 outs. DePauw was able to do this in the bottom of the first. They had the bases loaded, no outs. Managed to get out of that. It can be done. But DePauw certainly putting a lot of pressure on the home Hornets, who have not lost a game this year, 10-0 at home. Dorsis entered today a .78 ERA, 7-1 record. She and Charlton combining for a 1.07 ERA. What's been some fantastic pitching from the main 2 starters for Lynchburg. Bunt comes in, safe. Another run tacked on for DePauw. And they thought about trying to steal another one. DePauw has doubled up the Hornets now. It's a 4-2 advantage, and the climb grows. So runner advances to third in scoring position. After home was stolen. Does Lynchburg have a rally in it? 13-3 are the Hornets, 6-7 the mark for DePauw. Tigers trying to pull the upset. They're in great position to do so. They certainly could tack some more on here. In scoring position is DePauw's number 42. It's Macy Cox. 2 runners on, both on the corners. First base runner is Libby Minogue. At the plate is Mathies, and Timberman's on deck. This is a risky spot to navigate now. Trying to steal second now. Nobody was there, man, in the plate. So that was pretty much just a free base. Go ahead and take it. 2 in scoring position. As moving up to second goes Libby Minogue. Dangerous, dangerous spot here for Lynchburg. Mathies at the plate. She's 0 of 3 today. Faces an 0-1 count. Pitch in for Dorsis. She swings on it. Oh, boy. Here come the Tigers. Ball dropped as well. 1 will score. Tigers thought about sending a second. No need to risk it. Second multi-run inning of the game for DePauw. Things go from bad to worse. Will Simmons come out again? No, it's going to be the Hornets' assistant, and they're sending in Charlton. Dorsis will turn over the mitt, and we'll recount her line. She gives up 5 runs off 9 hits. All 5 runs were earned. She walked none, struck out 2. The dam is just broken here in the 7th inning for this Lynchburg defense. So in comes Emily Charlton. You turn it over from one all-star pitcher to another. We'll see if Charlton can navigate the end of this game, get out of the 7th, and give Lynchburg a chance in the bottom of the inning. We'll take one final break and be back for the remainder of the top of the 7th. Will Emily Charlton be the savior for this Lynchburg team? The lefty starter out of Chesapeake, Virginia. She's got her work cut out for her. 2 runners on base. 2 have already scored this half inning. And a game that was deadlocked at 2 so far. Lynchburg finds itself in a rough spot here. Hornets are 13-3, perfect at home. Charlton fires in her second pitch. It's right down the middle. 0-2 count now. Lynchburg sending in the new pitcher to face Emily Timberman. Timberman, it's been about impossible to get her out today. That one was nearly fired in for a strike. Runner advances to second. Advancing runner was Mathies. Timberman 3 of 3 on the day. She's fired home 2 deep shots. 2 homers on the day. Her 5th and 6th of the season. She is dangerous. Charlton went up on her 0-2. She's battled back to tie it up at 2-2. Can Charleston pick up that all-important 3rd strike? Eyes it up, fires, another one, going back at the wall. This one will not get out. It bounces off the wall. One more will score. Now a pickle for DePauw. Got to choose. And safe at home. Not in time was the throw back to home. Disaster mounting here for Lynchburg. The Hornets hung in for so long. All the momentum has been taken by DePauw. Credit to the Tigers. They have exploded in the 7th inning. 2 more will score there. Hornets hesitated on a pickle opportunity between 1st and 2nd. Didn't see the advancement to home. Saw it. Looked like they might have had it in time, but the throw to Hudnall just a beat too late. 4 for 4. A windy stat line for Emily Timberman. Hornets cannot get away from her. It's a 7-2 lead, a 4-run explosion for the visitors in the top of the 7th. And a tough way to come in for Charlton. Obviously, she gives up the 2 earned runs here. But she had to face Timberman, the first lady up at the plate, who's just having, she's having her best game of the year. Koffel is in to pinch run for Timberman. She stands at second base. It was a 2-run double for Timberman. We'll get you that official stat line here in a moment. This one fired up. The catch is whiffed on by Watts. Running around, another one will score. DePauw continues to stack them. And for Lynchburg, who has not scored since the bottom of the 2nd inning, 6 runs, seems like it may just be too much of a mountain to overcome. But that's why we play the game. Lynchburg picked up its first out of the inning on the first batter it faced. Since then, pandemonium. 5 runs scored by DePauw. That one inside for ball 1. After this pitch, we'll get you the updated stat line for the hot hitter, Timberman, for this DePauw team. She is 4 for 4, 2 runs scored herself. She's powered home 4 RBIs, 2 home runs. This one sent up, catch made. Thought about firing it over to first base, won't risk it. Been good base running today for DePauw. I would say that's a smart call from Jess Strickland. Lynchburg picks up its out. You're good to go. 1 out to go to try to get to this bottom of the 7th and make a run at what is expanded to a 6-goal deficit. It was 2-2 through 5 complete, a 6-0 run for the visitors. Charlton fires one in. That was low and right. Did she sneak it in? No. Ball 1. Runner on first. None in scoring position, but a big shot won't really matter. Charlton goes right again, misses there, 2-0. 11 hits now for DePauw. Lynchburg mitigated the hitting for a while, but the gates have opened and the horses are running through. Here comes DePauw again. Tigers trying to tack on another one, and they will. The scoring run is the 9th of the game. It is Quinston that does it off the RBI. It's going to go down as an RBI double off the bat of Anderson. Anderson was in there pinch hitting, and they're going to turn it over again. Charlton's day will be done, just didn't quite have it. Came in here. We know what she's done this year, know what she's capable of, but she just did not have it on the day. We'll see if we see her in game 2. But as for right now, Lynchburg is going to turn it over to their third pitcher of the day. It will be Bree Carter. She wears number 23. We'll introduce you to the senior right-handed pitcher from Blue Ridge, Virginia. She has not given up an earned run this year, but she is not exactly battle-tested. Her third appearance of the season. She's pitched 1 2/3 innings. No earned runs, no walks, 1 strikeout. So one of two things are going to happen here. Lynchburg, of course, this is a doubleheader. I would say going ahead and pulling Charlton. You don't want to say that's waving the white flag, but Lynchburg likely going to save her for that second game. So one of the two things can happen here. Either come in here, get out of the inning, and Lynchburg's bats do not heat up, and it's a 9-2 win for the visitors. A big-time upset and surprise here for a team in Lynchburg that has yet to lose at home. Or the stuff that legend is made of. Bree Carter, in just her third appearance of the season, comes in, gets the out, and gives Lynchburg a chance in the bottom of the 7th. We'll see. Bree Carter will tee up against Bruin with Heim on deck. Heim's been the second best hitter today, 2 of 3. So it'd be fantastic for Lynchburg if Bruin is the final batter faced. She's 0 of 3 on the day. 1 of them has been a strikeout. Just 1 strikeout on the year for Bree Carter. Trying to get the hit. It sneaks through the legs of the base runner in Anderson and thrown out at first. Jess Strickland makes the play, and that finally concludes what was quite the 7th inning. Were the 6 runs enough to do the deed? Trying to pull the upset. Half inning to go. It's all on the DePauw defense, but they got a 7-run cushion. A steep hill to climb for Lynchburg. Do they have the legs to climb it? Lynchburg's been in quite a few battles as of late. Hornets, only one time have they dropped the opening game of a doubleheader this year. That was against TCNJ on the road, and Lynchburg went on to lose the second game too. This could be a good start to the half inning, but instead it flies right on out to right field for the first batter up for Lynchburg. Pardon me on being late on the name call. It was Haley Martin, the freshman outfielder from Orange, Virginia. That's who they turned the bat over to. Now it's Jessica Strickland. If you're looking for a run, Strickland's been the place to go, but no runners on for Lynchburg right now. See if Strickland can get on base. Strickland, a photographer for Lynchburg as well, graphic designer. Does great work. Just a freshman. Long career ahead of her, both on and off the field. Swings at the second one, misses on it. First strike down against Strickland. Roar still in there with a pitch count climbing up to 34 now. She's been the lone reliever for DePauw, giving up 2 hits but struck out 3. Hits Strickland on that pitch, an HBP, and Strickland does get on base. Hornets have 1 on with 1 out. That brings Hackett up to the plate. Now this is the spot for Lynchburg to try and strike gold. Strickland, Hackett, and Watts. Don't count out Taliumchua either. Georgia Thompson is in at the spot as of right now, the designated player spot. Swing of the bat, and it's bobbled. Strickland slides into second, and in at first is Hackett. First error of the day, gets back-to-back runners on board for Lynchburg. Hornets stuck on 5 hits. They were stuck on 4 for a while. Excuse me, they've been stuck on 5 for a while. And nearly got one there, but the DePauw error gives the base to Hackett. So 2 on, 1 in scoring position. And Sarah Watts, she have a big swing in the bat up her sleeve. She stares the first one down all the way. Takes ball 1. Taliumchua on deck for Lynchburg, and that is who it will be. She's in the on-deck circle. Second pitch inside, called strike. 1-1 against Sarah Watts with 2 on board. Watts has been walked once today, struck out the other 2 plate appearances. A slow day for one of the best hitters this Lynchburg team has. Trying to turn. They'll get nothing out of that. Goodness gracious. Watts hits a little bouncer over to the third baseline. It looked like they would at least get Strickland out at third, but such would not be the case. Bases are loaded. The second time today for Lynchburg. First time they stranded them. Hornets have just 1 out against them, and a sticky situation for the reliever, Peyton Rohr. She's tossed 39 pitches in already. Just 1 walk. A walk here would not be good against Taliumchua. It'd score 1 and leave the bases loaded. She's got 3 strikeouts to her name as well. Make a change. Taliumchua was there all the way to the on-deck circle, but instead it's Alex DiNardo that gets sent in. Sophomore catcher infielder from Moseley, Virginia. She's got the bases loaded. Swing of the bat, a swing and a miss. 0-1 for DiNardo. 286 average. Fan below calling out just need you on base. Getting on base, sends 1 runner home. She swings out to the left, fouls out left. 0-2 count. This is the 9th appearance of the year for DiNardo. Yet to make a start. Got some playing time as a freshman as well. Her 8th at bat. She does have 1 RBI. Can she double that? Fires this one in. A little bounder. Leaping dive not going to be made. Lynchburg back on the board for the first time since the bottom of the second. The bases stay loaded. And how about that? The second RBI of the season for Alex DiNardo. It's big time. Gives Lynchburg a chance, cuts into the deficit, and it's a meeting in the circle. Would be a little surprised if at this point in the game DePauw calls in another arm. The pitch counts at 42 for Rohr. That's a good bit lower than it was for Hare, the starter. And with a 6-run cushion, I wouldn't say there's necessarily reason to be scared at this point. You just got to monitor how these next couple batters go. But Lynchburg, a reason for optimism. as Georgia Thompson is back up at the bat. Did not start this game at her second plate appearance. She was sent out on the first one. Lexi Powell's on deck. She has been walked once in 3 plate appearances, 2 at-bats. Thompson's going to fire. This one does not get through, and it's going to be out number 2 for DePauw. They are 1 away as 1 run will score. Brings the score 9-4. Sacrifice down the first base line brings home another for Lynchburg. Lexi Powell was on deck. She will not be the hitter, though, for Lynchburg in a 9-4 hole. Clean slate, 0-0. 2 outs gone. 1 last chance for Lynchburg. Instead of Lexi Powell, it'll be number 12, Zoe Elliott. Delmar, Delaware product. Freshman outfielder. She comes in to face Peyton Rohr, who struck out 3, and a DePauw defense that has a 9-run cushion, but she has 2 in scoring position. Swing of the bat on the first one. She's going to send home another. Can she send home Taliumchua? No. Watch out, Lynchburg. Here we go. Alex DiNardo comes in and fires in an RBI. Then Zoe Elliott comes in and fires in an RBI. The pressure mounting a little bit against DePauw. And guess what? We got another game after this one. Mentioned the Hornets have been in some absolute battles as of late as Lexi Powell goes in to take up first base. She will pinch run for Zoe Elliott. But how about that? The freshman, Zoe Elliott. First DiNardo was the hero. Then Elliott comes in and fires one home. Scored her first career run against Greensboro earlier this month. Really get her career going. That was a big swing of the bat she just laid down for this Lynchburg ball club. Hornets still a 4-run, I'm stuck in lacrosse mode. A 4-run deficit against DePauw. 2 outs have gone by, but the Hornets are rallying. 3 of their 5 runs have come in this inning. Staring the first one down goes Barnes. Barnes 1 of 2 on the day. She struck out in the other. Hornets up to 8 hits now. Big swing of the bat. Can it get down? Yes, it does. It gets by the left fielder. Running over to make the play. Lynchburg. Will they score 2? They do. Lynchburg scores 2. Here come the Hornets. The hive is buzzing on Lakeside Drive on a Sunday afternoon that just got a lot more beautiful. Lynchburg's laid down a 5-piece in the bottom of the 7th. How about it? DePauw's going to make a change in the circle, and that means one thing. Lynchburg's got them on the ropes. You would not do that in game 1 of a doubleheader unless you felt like you needed that knockout punch. It looked like Rohr was going to go all the way on this one. Lynchburg makes it not so. She is sent out after giving up 6 hits, 5 runs. All of them but 1 were earned, 3 strikeouts to 1 walk. She will turn the glove over in the circle to the 3rd pitcher of the day for this DePauw ball club. It will be Riley Deppa. This is not a deep pitching staff. We're going to see a few do-overs in this doubleheader. Deppa comes in, a freshman righty, also plays first base. She's out of Mount Prospect, Illinois. Deppa. She's got a 3.34 ERA, 0-2 on the year. This is her 6th appearance. She has made 3 starts. She's gone 14 2/3 innings on the year, surrendered 18 hits, 19 runs. Only 7 of those 19 runs she's given up have been earned, though. Keep that in your back pocket. 9 strikeouts to 9 walks. She ranks 3rd on this pitching staff in strikeouts. She's got 2 outs already to her name. Lynchburg's got 1 runner on. Addison Walter, the third baseman. She's on the plate. First pitch. In there, called strike. Good start for the third pitcher of the day for DePauw. Riley Deppa, 3.34 ERA, 9 strikeouts on the year. A 10th one would be huge. That one's fired in. Strike 2. Lynchburg in a hole. Could this be the final pitch? Lynchburg's put up 5 runs in the bottom of the 7th, trying to rally. 0-2 pitch. Ball. Lynchburg. 1 swing of the bat. This is a tie ball game. Can Walter change the scope of this game? 1-2 hole. She swings into the netting. Walter survives. 5th pitch of this at-bat upcoming. Addison Walter, a 2-hit, 2-run game against Methodist. She's homered 3 times last year, and she survives. 3 home runs last year. She led the team with 23 runs. What a time it would be to pick up her first of this season. Next pitch inside. Another ball, 2-2. The count draws even. Deppa went up 0-2. Walters battled back with 2 balls. Survived on 2 fouls as well. Next one, another foul. Back into the backstop. Walter. Remember what we said earlier in this game. The longer the batter can stand in there, the better the chances. The runner on second base for Lynchburg in scoring position is Barnes. That one hit by pitch. 2 are on for Lynchburg and a reset on the board. 3rd hit by pitch of the game the Hornets have taken. Lynchburg with new life. They're playing for something here, folks. 10-0 at home on the season. They do not want to see that go sour. Let's add a little more context. The lone time Lynchburg has lost the front end of a doubleheader. They have lost the second. That was against TCNJ earlier this month. Hornets have won every other series this year except for a draw against Salisbury. That was a 1-1 split. Hornets did win the first one in that one. This could be it. They make the play to first, and DePauw gets out of the Lynchburg rally. That will end the first game of this doubleheader in dramatic fashion. Haley Martin grounds out, and that will do it. Lynchburg really made this thing interesting, but 6 runs in the top of the 7th proved to just be a bit too much for Lynchburg. We'll give you some final thoughts on this game. Lynchburg is going to go down as surrendering 9 left on base. They also had 2 errors in the game to DePaul's 1, and it was Emily Timberman. Just too much for Lynchburg to handle. Kaylee Dorsis did a great job navigating this lineup, but just couldn't find an answer for Emily Timberman, the senior from Fishers, Indiana. She went yard twice on the day, her 5th and 6th home run balls on the season. She went a perfect 4 for 4. That doesn't make you hungry for some Wendy's. I don't know what will. Those were her 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th hits on the day. Evan Gates will have game number 2 of this doubleheader for you, but I can tell you right now, keep an eye out for number 4 in black. DePauw hands Lynchburg its first home loss of the season, and for just the second time this year, Lynchburg has lost the front end of a doubleheader. Second one will be on the way. We'll guesstimate right around 4 p.m., but make sure you check those social media channels to determine what time the second game's first pitch will go off. Final recap, DePauw takes game 1 of the doubleheader 9-7. They draw back to 500 at 7-7, awaiting game 2. Lynchburg falls to 13-4. I am Sam Graham. It's been a whole big blast today. What a conclusion in the 7th inning. We'll turn it over to Evan Gates in about 30 or 40 minutes time for Game 2.
So glad you are with us on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. This is Game 2 of a doubleheader that features the DePauw Tigers and your hometown Lynchburg Hornets. We are jumping right into things with Logan Curtis in the circle for Lynchburg. It was an upset Game 1, 9-7. The Tigers really came out on the prowl late in that game, and it was so impressive just the composure they had throughout. Really stayed 2-2, and we have seen DePauw bring their A game. We'll see if they can do it again with Logan Curtis. Not one of the normal two to start on these weekends for Lynchburg, but Curtis has had some good stuff throughout this season. We will have to see if she brings it today as Ella Orval is at the plate for DePauw. A few pitches outside. 3-0 count. Lynchburg really good at home this year, and it's a really weird time to say that. 10 wins coming into today without a loss. Now 10-1. All your stats and information throughout this game are going to be coming from before this this Sunday slate. A lot of spring games have gone on. Softball has had the luxury of being home for the majority of their schedule, something DePauw has not had throughout this year, as Orval will reach first on a walk. Let's go ahead and introduce the Lynchburg defensive alignment. Martin, Hackett, and Hodges are in the outfield left to right. Walter at third, Strickland at short, Watts at second with Barnes at first. Lexi Powell's behind the plate. Logan Curtis is in the circle. Bunch shown. This one dribbles foul. Interesting stat for DePauw. They are fourth in the nation for sacrifice bunts. They are always looking to advance the runners. A lot of teams and coaches will have different strategies in that regard, but if you can advance them, especially against a squad like Lynchburg that will not give up many runs throughout the game, you take it any way you can. The righty in the box. Curtis, the pitch fouled off. This is Hannah Koffel. Batting lineup for DePauw is Ella Orval, who led off. She stands on first. Hannah Koffel at the plate right now. Katie Matthews on deck. Emily Timberman, Ella Kunster, Macy Cox, Alyssa Anderson, Callie Reinheimer, and Ashlyn Barnett round out the Tigers' batting lineup. That pitch outside, maybe to change the eye level. 1-2 count. Curtis, 1.50 ERA, 1-1 record this season. This is appearance number 5 and start number 3. Ball to third, throw to second, it'll just be 1. Out is recorded. You got to watch if that foot comes off the bag, but nice play. Lynchburg retires 1. Strickland was really close. You saw both infielders converge, but now 1 down. Tigers have 1 on. Here's Katie Matthews. That one in the dirt for ball 1. Number 8 in the box, playing the 8th position in the field. Their center fielder for DePauw today. There's a good pitch that finds the zone. Matthews this season batting .293. This is start number 15. She has started every game for DePauw. Throw down to first. Got to be wary of lingering a little too far off. You see a lot of players early in the season, especially in the middle of the lineup, who might be having appearances every single game. Always up to the coaches to figure out what that lineup looks like. And in a year where Lynchburg will have a lot returning in their batting lineup next year, it is certainly a sign of optimism. Matthews, 2-2 count. 1 down here in the top of the first in Moon Field. This pitch will wander away wild as Orval reaches second. DePauw has not had any problems this season on the batting side of things. batting .270 as a team, but averaging over 7 hits a game, getting 5 runs a game. The production has been consistent. It's really their pitching that they have had to refine, and we saw in that first game they were able to really keep a hold on things as Strickland retires out number 2. And this brings up Emily Timberman. You don't really want to put a pitch in the area code with how she has been swinging the bat. 2 homers in that first game. Sometimes the key contributors don't show up on the stat sheet, but it is very easy to tell. Timberman is ready to swing. You see the intentional walk likely to be issued. Curtis will not mind. Kunster on deck. Obviously, you don't mind putting Timberman on first. Now a force at first or second, but for DePauw, you really want to come out and try to swing the bat early. Since this was a squad that put up 2 runs versus Lynchburg before the Hornets came back to tie it at 2 in that first game. As number 4 will find her way to first. We'll bring up Ella Kunster, the right fielder. Kunster batting .294 on the season. 7 RBIs coming into game 1. Curtis, a good first pitch down Main Street. Strickland has it, and she will get out number 3. So a good start for Lynchburg. They keep DePauw at bay. We're heading to the bottom of the first on the other side. Strickland, Hackett, and Watts for the Hornets. Welcome back on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Bottom of the first at Moon Field. It's Lynchburg softball in action. 13-4 this season. 2-0 in the early ODAC games. As Jessica Strickland steps up to the plate. First pitch, quick release from the pitcher for DePauw, Alex Romero-Sala. She has been really good. You could say the ace for this DePauw squad. Very heavy volume of starters that they have had this season. This is start 5 for Romero-Salas, but there are 5 pitchers who have started games for the squad, and they are all very capable of coming into this ball game. Strickland has been really good for Lynchburg, batting .452. Anytime you have that in your leadoff spot, you're going to enjoy the production. Coming into the Sunday contest, 19 hits on the season, 6 RBIs. On base percentage, over 500. Good eye to lay off, 2-2. For Lynchburg, it'll be Strickland, followed by Kaylee Hackett, Sarah Watts, Madison Barnes, Haley Martin, Zoe Elliott, Bree Hodges, Lexi Powell, and Addison Walter. Here's a shot pulled to right field, high enough. Out and right for Kunster to retire out number 1. For DePauw, the defensive alignment and the outfield from left to right is Cox, Matthews, and Kunster. Timberman's at third, Anderson at short, Koffel at second with Reinheimer at first. Ashlyn Barnett behind the plate for Romero Salas in the circle. We mentioned Lynchburg's been really good from a production standpoint, but they just have so many hitters who have really found their spot early on. 5 over 300. If you keep going down the lineup, as this one is sprayed into right for a base hit, Haley Hackett has the first for Lynchburg. You can look down the lineup and even consider a few more. That's really just from the traditional starters you see on this Lynchburg squad. They have a few more who are hitting it at a very high rate. Lynchburg coming into today, batting .315 as a squad. Batting has been good. You could argue the pitching has been even better. We saw Logan Curtis in the top of the first. Easy work to get out of it. This is a team that has a collective ERA of 1.22. Just under 5 strikeouts a game. We'll see how they fare in that category, but DePauw has their own hurler of their own who can really get it done. Romero Salas, a .252 ERA in the circle right now for the Tigers. Appearance number 9. Most starts on this team, now the 5th, but as we said, there are 5 pitchers who have started games. Pitch inside, rang up though, so caught looking is Hackett. There's out number 1. It'll bring Sarah Watts. Or excuse me, that was Sarah Watts. It'll bring Madison Barnes to the plate. Watts has really had a solid season to get things started, slugging .721. Someone who obviously can get you production in that 3 or 4 hole. Saw her batting clean up the first game. Madison Barnes now in this spot playing first base today. Runner going, throw on the way, a little too high, and Hackett will get the stolen bag. Lynchburg, a team that won't steal very often. I think that almost helps your confidence down the stretch because you understand you don't have to rely on some of those defensive miscues. You don't have to really get in motion. You just swing the bat and trust your approach. A lot of teams won't pitch to you as much when they see those stats coming into a game, so just what you've done on the season can be enough to throw a scare at your opponents. 1-2. 2 down. Lynchburg got their first hit, courtesy of Kaylee Hackett. Barnes now with a runner in scoring position. This one swung on high enough and left. An easy out for the Tigers. There's 3 as we end the first. Still knotted up at nothing here in Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. The lefty Macy Cox steps in for DePauw. Cox, Anderson, Reinheimer slated to hit for DePauw. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Pretty Sunday here in the Hill City. The sun has been shining the entire day. Yesterday had some rain threats throughout. You weren't really sure. We've been saying it for every single sport. March and sports don't always mix well. Get a little bit of rain, snow, clouds, whatever is on the roll of the dice. Curtis delivers 1-1 count. This one right down central. So 1-2. Cox this season. 250 batting average coming in. Getting on base. A 429 percentage. So very solid work. Normally patient in the box. This one a close call. The Lynchburg dugout didn't like it, but it is a 2-2. Curtis wind up. This one outside. Got him. We have seen that outside part of the zone be really friendly to pitchers early on, and Macy Cox goes down on strikes. Few backwards Ks early in this ball game, and now Alyssa Anderson, the shortstop, steps in. One down for DePauw. This one gets away. DePauw has been on the road quite a few times, to say the least, to put it lightly, early in the season. Obviously, every coach has the decision to make when forming the schedule, but there have been tournament games and away games, just a little bit of everything. They have yet to play at home. 5-7 at neutral sites. Now 1-1 on the road. 6-3 put out for out number 2. Clinical stuff from Strickland. You have seen really a vacuum over there at shortstop throughout this season. And now Callie Reinheimer will step up. Shortstop and third, especially in softball, when you see a lot of that contact being pulled, sometimes pitches that can jam the hitter. You gotta have a left side of your infield that is versatile. And against a team like DePauw, who also does not mind throwing a few bunts here and there, you always know they're ready. This one's going over into left. Will it stay fair? It's foul, almost caught. That was a good effort by Haley Martin. Battling the sun, too. The sun is over the first baseline right now. Hard to tell if that one was going to stay in the yard, just shy of the fence. We'll do it all over. An 0-2 count. Curtis a pitch away from getting out of the second. Potential 3 up, 3 down. Here it is. We'll just skip the dirt. Now it's 1-2. Lynchburg, of course, led by Dawn Simmons. 700 plus career wins, a narrative we will continue to explore. This one to Strickland. Good work. Another 6-3. The glove on full display. The Hornets defense on full display. 1-2-3 goes DePauw. We're heading to the bottom of the second on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Throw down to second. We're just about ready to begin the bottom of the second with Haley Martin. Lynchburg, a squad in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference that has found success. DePauw out of the North Coast, they have been very good as well. Last season, the best record in the regular season standings. Just unable to make it happen in the conference tournament. Fell short in that championship. The Tigers looking to get back. As looks like it hit the foot or maybe the ankle of Haley Martin. She will earn the free trip to first. It's an easy start to the inning, and now Zoe Elliott steps in. At first, it looked like Coach wanted some confirmation of the call. Maybe just checking on the catcher. Want to make sure Ashlyn Barnett is okay. Maybe some contact behind the plate. But either way, Haley Martin's at first. Zoe Elliott's at the plate. Lynchburg has a good opportunity. On the other side, though, Romero Salas didn't really have to use a lot of pitches in that first at-bat, so the double play ball is in full effect. Here's the bunt. It's a good one as Elliott tries to get to first, just a step or two shy, but it works successfully. Throw that down on your stat sheet or your scorecard as a sac bunt. Here is Bree Hodges. One down, runner on second. We know DePauw can hit, and so an early lead for Lynchburg is not exactly the worst thing in the world. Any opportunity you get, you have to be able to seize it, and now it'll take some patient approaches as Bree Hodges, the right fielder, is at the plate. Batting .313 this season. Waiting the pitch, the windup. Outside, might have gotten the throw down. That was close as Haley Martin maybe a little late to make that decision. We'll see that a lot from DePauw already. A few throws trying to keep the base runners honest. This one in the breadbasket. It's just fouled off to the right. We'll do it over again. 2-1 count. Talked about Dawn Simmons for Lynchburg. Her 600th career win was in 2019, and so it really did not take long to rack up the next 100, that 5-year span. 2019 Super Regional berth for the Hornets. Just very solid stuff, not just from Coach Simmons, but her entire staff. Number 10 in Division III to end that 2019 season, and they are continuing to find their stride again. The best start since 2018, the beginning of this season, and you can just tell, you can feel it in the air, even in that failed comeback attempt last game, that they're ready. They are going to pounce on every chance they get. And now they have a chance to do so in the bottom of the second. Base traffic starting to pile up. The catcher, Lexi Powell, steps in out of Vinton, Virginia. Sprayed foul. That was the second free pass issued by Romero Salas this game. Haley Martin, who stands on second, was hit by a pitch. Lynchburg, when you look at the resume, you try to figure out where they're going to be, what the measuring stick is this season. They were 5th last year in the standings, 11-9, but they played some really good games against good competition as this one skirts through the middle and station to station. Powell reaches first. The bases are loaded for Addison Walter. Can't get on too many tangents when you got this squad hitting. They have been impressive all season. And Addison Walter, a big chance here. We touched on it with the opening walk, or the opening hit by pitch, we should say, that you get a chance at a double play, and it's easy work to get out of the inning. DePauw is facing some other circumstances as they will meet in the circle. Just a quick discussion. Double play is still in effect. Have to imagine if the contact is light, you might be going home first. Walter in this 9-hole with Strickland on deck. You don't want to flirt with fire at this point. You imagine that Walter is who you want to go after, but you got to understand everybody on this Lynchburg team has been very solid at the plate. .250 batting average for Walter this season. This one right over the first baseman, and Lynchburg will be the first to strike, just station to station as they move the carousel around. 1-0 on behalf of an Addison Walter bloop single. Sometimes it doesn't take the heavy contact. It doesn't take the emphatic over-the-wall grand slam. We're not ruling that out for Jessica Strickland, but Lynchburg just doing enough to put the pressure on early, and now another discussion, not what you want to see. If you are a Tigers fan, we know Alex Romero-Salas has been very good this season. Mentioned that .252 ERA, 5-2 on the season. She's gotten a result in 7 of 8 appearances, 3 complete games, just north now of 42 innings pitched. She's running into a little bit of trouble. You have to imagine that Lynchburg, when they taste blood, will not wait very long. The crazy thing about this dugout, too, is it's not just limited to the 9 in the lineup. Now 10-1 at home this season. They have only played 2 away games. They split a pair. A lot of doubleheaders in the softball season. You see that in baseball as well. Games start to pile up. This is game number 18 of the 2024 campaign. As Strickland, this is a right-on-left matchup too, so you like what you're seeing. The wind is going out to right field. Strickland pulls anything down the right field line. DePauw could be in trouble. The 1-0. Some of those dribblers, you're lucky that it hits the chalk, because otherwise you can get doubled up really quickly. Seen a lot of those situations. The best catchers in the game can read it so quickly. We'll do it over again. 1-1. 1 out. Barnett did just enough to keep it in front. Lynchburg has him loaded. Haley Martin on third. She might be ready to strike if the ball gets by. Here's another outside pitch. Good count for Jessica Strickland. The problem is you can't walk her because Kaylee Hackett sits in the 2-hole. Pressure pitch here for Romero-Salas. And it's outside. Strickland gets the walk. The merry-go-round continues. 2-0 Hornets. It is becoming eerie and ominous rather quickly for this DePauw squad that really kept Lynchburg in the ballpark the entire game that last time out. We saw the hitting. Some really good production from Emily Timberman. You can't ask for more from your third baseman. But we mentioned it near the start. The Tigers' question mark has been the pitching. Can they come to the circle today and just keep Lynchburg at a low score? But right now it might not be going that way. Hackett, the 1-0, turns on it. Pulled foul. You saw a little bit of velo off the bat. If that stays inside the lines, it could spell trouble. Hackett a single to right in her first plate appearance today. This one out to right again, a line out. Tagging is Martin to home. She's going to get there easily. Now runner going to second. DePauw will get it, but they let another runner score for Lynchburg. That will end up being 3 anyways. The pop out into right, so a run will score. Lynchburg will be up 3-0. We'll try to uncover the entire play on the other side. But the Hornets strike first. They put up a trio in the bottom of the second. Top of the third. We will try our best to spell out the full picture. Lynchburg's up 3-0. They're feeling pretty good about things with Logan Curtis in the circle to end the second. It was a sac fly out to right. Runner scores as this pitch escapes out the fire exit. Sac fly, scores a run, and then runner caught going to second. So Lynchburg now 3 runs on 3 hits as we move to the top of the third. They will also have their 3, 4, 5 hitters up in the bottom half. But for now, DePauw has Ashlyn Barnett, the catcher, at the plate. Swung on 2-1 now. That's a good pitch from Curtis after the first 2 looked a little wonky. DePauw still searching for its first hit of the ball game. There's another called strike, so 2-2. This is a squad in Lynchburg, too, that when they have lost games, coming into today, so this does not include the first loss today versus the Tigers, they had 25 hits in their streak of 3 losses. So no off-the-charts stats, no warning signs from those games. Every single game they've been competitive. That being said, if you look at the run column, it might suggest otherwise. They are undefeated, allowing 3 or fewer runs, and they're 0-3 when allowing 5 or more. This one, a grounder to third, throw to first. Clinical defense out number 1 for Lynchburg. Back to the top of the order we go for Ella Orval. A walk in her first plate appearance. Orval will show bunt very often. We've seen it already. This one down but foul. Beautiful day in the Hill City, as we've been talking about. Still a little chilly compared to the last few days, maybe the last few weeks. We've seen temperatures get in the high 70s already. That one's down for a strike. We know the weather, especially for our DePauw fans, might be a little worse. We don't want to say chilly as in it's 20 degrees out here in Lynchburg. It is pretty moderate. It's been in the 50s with a good amount of wind. Curtis tries to buy the call. That is a good spot to go to. We have seen it called strike a few times to ring up batters already. I would go near there again. But still shown 1-2. The windup. This one might bloop into center. It's going to be a nice run from Matthews. Or excuse me, nice run from Hackett. That will be out number 2. Hannah Koffel will step up to the plate. Hackett has been very solid for Lynchburg this season. You don't have to go back far. Had a really good doubleheader versus Sweetbriar. This one loops in. You saw both corner infielders converging. Hackett 4 for 6. That Friday pair of wins versus Sweetbriar. 3 RBIs on the day. Lynchburg has not been hitting very well in the last span of 3 or 4 games, but rest assured they've still found ways to get results. And then obviously last game it really just waited until the 7th inning, a little too late. Door was closed, but early in this one, 3 hits and just moving the base runners around. Pitch is high. Deuce is wild. 2-2 count. 2 outs. We got number 2 at the plate. Pitch from Curtis. Another high one. Koffel has worked the count full out on a fielder's choice, or excuse me, reached on a fielder's choice in that first inning. Here's the pitch, got her. Another backwards K for Logan Curtis. Keeping the ball rolling, keeping DePauw out of the hits column, and now in the middle of the third, Lynchburg feeling pretty good about things. They're up 3-0 on Moon Field. Sarah Watts stepping up to the plate for Lynchburg. She'll be followed up by Madison Barnes and Haley Martin.
Now batting, second base number 7, Sarah Watts.
Romero Salas is back out for DePauw, trying to keep the Hornets close. First pitch swing, that was some confidence from Sarah Watts. Doesn't connect. One thing about being in the leadoff spot is you don't always get the reps that you want at seeing some of those pitches. You do see the warm-up tosses, but a little different. Watts out to left, pulls it to the wall. She's rounding first. Chance to slide, no, easily into second. No slide necessary. Sarah Watts continuing to put the power in a double to lead off this third. Execution on display. The bottom of the second got started with a Haley Martin hit by pitch. Sarah Watts, a big exclamation mark here in the bottom of the third. Madison Barnes shows bunt, pops up, the catcher has it. Unfortunate, but the cleanup hitter is retired. There's out number 1. So a double for Watts. Catcher retires out number 1, and back up is Haley Martin. Didn't take long for Lynchburg to go around the lineup. Good first pitch, inside swinging. Sometimes the best innings in softball are the ones that are just stacked. It's that silent treatment where there isn't a homer, there isn't a huge hit. It's just rallying the troops, being able to put together 3 or 4 straight on-base opportunities as This one popped up. Easy catch for out number 2.
Now batting, designated player number 12, Zoe Elliott.
Zoe Elliott now steps up, 2 down, runner in scoring position. Haley Martin out on an F4. Elliott sack bunt in the second. To keep the ball rolling. Clips this one foul. This is a game that you would love to have if you're Lynchburg, because obviously this is a part of the season where you're really starting to get ready for the full slate of ODAC games. Knocking on the doorstep, you got a Ferrum doubleheader on Wednesday, followed up by a Bridgewater doubleheader on Friday. Lynchburg has been at home so many times to start this year, and not a bad thing, because you think about having the back half of your schedule a little more on the road, but when you can build confidence and not have to travel as much, sometimes that can put a big perk into everybody's energy. You know they're ready to play. Softball is a grueling sport. You have a lot of games on your schedule. Same can be said for baseball. You don't always wait until the weekend to play. We know lacrosse is a little more sporadic in its approach. Same with track and field, some of those other spring sports. This pitch rises out of the zone, 1-2. Zoe Elliott at the plate trying to make something happen. Before this Sunday's slate, this would be appearance number 7. Just 3 at-bats recorded before this game. So a good spot to get some reps in, and really solid work so far from number 12. This one clipped. Who wants it? The pitcher has it. Throw to first. It will beat Elliott to the bag for out number 3. And so Lynchburg will go down quietly. No runs in the third. They still lead 3-0 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Top of the 4th, we are moving along quickly here from Moon Field. Start time was around 4 o'clock. We'll have to double check our stats for the official start time, but we have moved quickly. 3:59, according to Matt Johnson, our fantastic LHSN worker. We have everybody in the house today. Pearson Young, Brian Flowers. You've probably recognized those names from some of the other sports on campus. Pretty good season, too, if you ask me. It might be a little subjective, but basketball, a pretty good year. Track is on the move. Softball looking to do the same. Curtis pitch inside. Has not found the strike zone yet. No outs in the top of the 4th. This is Katie Matthews at the plate. And she's going to reach on 4 straight balls. Almost stopped for a second to see if umpire was going to call it or not, but no surprise as she will walk over, and looks like we might have a pinch runner situation. will be a pinch runner on first. So Matthews gets the walk. And we might have another change on Lynchburg's side of things, or maybe just a quick discussion. 4 hits for the Hornets, none for the Tigers. Looks like Riley Heim is the runner standing on first for the Tigers, the pinch runner. Whatever discussion was manifested in the circle, we are done with it. Everybody returns back to the positions, and we are ready to go. So there's another intentional walk situation. It is frustrating if you're Emily Timberman, but it's also a sign of respect. You have enough batters in this lineup that can do damage for DePauw. You don't want to take a chance at this one. And maybe conversely, if you're Ella Kunster on deck, you're really thinking that you want to put some crooked numbers on the scoreboard. You see the batter in front of you get on easily. You're saying, okay, let me go show what I can do. With the old-fashioned sign out. So technically, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty, 8 straight balls to start the top of the 4th. Maybe a little misleading. We might have another pinch running opportunity. Coach goes down to the umpire. It is Erica Honrahan. Very solid resume at DePauw during her tenure. Over 300 wins for the Tigers. Regional Staff of the Year distinction 2015-2021. They have just continued to elevate, and it always starts from a coaching staff. Instilling that trust and confidence. Bunt almost rides the line. It goes foul. Hard to see from our vantage point, but for a second it looked like it was just going to stick to the chalk. We'll go back and do it again. Big opportunity here for Ella Kunster. Popped out to short. And that first inning, this one pulled foul. Angelise Cruz, the first base runner right now for DePauw. So 2 pinch runners. The 0-2. Down in the dirt. I think that was just the nature of where that pitch wanted to land, but you do think about a pitch or two you can waste. Got to really trust your catcher, and who else than Lexi Powell behind the plate, one of the veterans on the squad. Battery mates always important. This one tapped over, tag at third. Smart decision at third base for Addison Walter just to get the easy out. Keep the runners on first and second. There are now still 2 on, but 1 down. U5 on your scorecard. Here's Macy Cox. Struck out looking in the second. DePauw has really started to find production, and they have had a season where, from a record standpoint, you know that they have room to grow. They're going to continue working. Last year, the best in the conference. They're now 7-7, but a chance to get past 500. Last time out for Romero Salas, it was a win to bring her to 5-2 on the season. That was versus Transylvania down in Kentucky. One of those tournament games for DePauw. 8 innings pitched. There's strike 3 from Curtis for out number 2. A nice pop of the glove. Strikeout number 3 on the day for Curtis. It'll bring up Alyssa Anderson.
Now batting shortstop number 28, Alyssa.
Let's get into some of the extra innings affairs from these two teams because they have been very interesting when you just look at the schedule. You don't always see this in the softball climate. 4 games have gone into extras for DePauw, 2-2 on the season. Lynchburg has had its fair share of games with different inning variations as well, but 3 of them have been ending early rather than ending later. 3 wins that have not gone the entire distance. Only extra inning game was a 10-inning loss to the College of New Jersey. That's tough on a doubleheader day because that was game 1. So you realize you have to go out for game 2. You're also losing some of those innings from your pitchers. The 1-1 popped up. Who wants it? Called off at second. Good work from Sarah Watts. Good work from Lynchburg. They have still held DePauw hitless as we go to the bottom of the 4th. 3-0 lead, Hornets. The bottom of the 4th will be Bree Hodges, Lexi Powell, and Addison Walter, barring any lineup changes or alterations, as it is still Romero Salas in the circle. Despite Lynchburg's 4 hits, it's really not that bad of a start. If you take away that second inning, Romero Salas is used to being in these big games. Big opportunity, especially against what has been a red-hot Lynchburg team to start the year. Had some slip-ups to their record, but I don't think that you can consider that a momentum shift or anything. They have played some really tough competition. We know what happened against Salisbury. Grounder to short. Tough play over to first. How about the glove work from Alyssa Anderson to retire the batter for out number 1. That was not an easy one. Saw her moving backward, and now Lexi Powell steps in.
The catcher number 10, Lexi Powell.
That Salisbury game, too. It is one that Dawn Simmons' squad will certainly not forget. Ended up ending early due to darkness. Was supposed to be played at a later date. Never happened, and so Lynchburg has to deal with losing that game by just a run with the bases loaded. And they're hitting half, obviously, and so striking distance, but builds character. Powell, another one to Anderson. This one eats her up. Powell quick running down the line. She gets on first safely. We're going to rule that an E6 for the first error of this contest. We've seen some pretty clean fielding. That's one of those that can go either way, but Powell able to reach first. Lynchburg now a chance to continue getting that base traffic back. They've really been silenced these last couple of innings since that 3-piece in the second. Should say that lightly, though. That's really just the 3rd inning in that first out, but it just feels like if your DePauw can escape from you so quickly the way that Lynchburg starts hitting, you take those little spurts any way you get them. Walter in the box. She got a single in the second to keep the on-base train alive. Hitters count. Just one down. This one popped up, jammed her. That's a catch for out number 2 as Hannah Koffel puts it away. Good pitch placement, just unfortunate in that spot if you're Walter. See a quick little conversation with Jessica Strickland, maybe something she saw on that pitch. And now with 2 outs, Lynchburg back at the top of the lineup. Strickland a walk in her last at bat. 0 for 1 on the day. Runner going. This throw will get away. That was acrobatic. Alyssa Anderson dove just to keep the ball in the infield. Maybe a smart decision. Because otherwise, if there wasn't a slide from Lexi Powell, she might have been taken off for third. So runner in scoring position for the Hornets. Could have been worse. But with Jessica Strickland at the plate, got to walk very quietly. If you are a pitcher, you are certainly raising an eyebrow when Strickland walks up to the plate. An on-base percentage north of 500. This one just inside, 2-0. Strickland's approach is just so composed. You need that at your leadoff spot. Think about a Brandon Garcia on the baseball team, a very similar approach in the sense that it's going to be quick hands, fouling off a lot of those tough pitches, but it's the patience that is really what punctuates these players' success. Strickland has really found her role and ran with it here at Lynchburg. This one popped out to center. Center fielder a few steps back. There's out number 3. So a little moving and grooving in center field, but the out is recorded, and we are heading to the 5th rather quickly here from Moonfield. On we go, and DePauw trying to find their first hit on the other side. On to the top of the 5th we go as Callie Reinheimer will step in for the Tigers. Logan Curtis just keeping things easy in the circle. She has really put on a performance so far. Touched on the fact that she is not one of those normal starters that you would have. Normally you see that the partnership, the dynamic duo between Dorsis and Charlton. Charlton got in near the end of that first DePauw game. Didn't really have her A-plus stuff as Reinheimer tries to hit the line unsuccessfully. Pulled it a little too far. Now an 0-1 count. Curtis in her 5th appearance. Maybe the best one that we have seen so far. She still has good numbers on the year. 150 ERA. That's a good pitch. Right where you need it, 0-2 count. It really wasn't a big sample size coming in for Curtis. 5 walks, 6 strikeouts. All these numbers, all these repetitions will add on, give you a better picture. But from what we have seen today, she has been able to weather just about every storm. 4 left on for DePauw. That's a sign of optimism if they can just drive a few in. But Lynchburg's defense has been stellar. This one popped out, maybe into the gap. Who wants it? Nice catch in right field. Bree Hodges says, I will take it. There's out number 1. Doesn't matter how long you play the game. Some of those plays, the communication is always key. They're never going to get easier, especially when you split the gap. A lot of times, just depends on player preference. You got to know your personnel. Center field is obviously stomping grounds for really where that center fielder can take any play in the ballpark in that center region. But you know this, there are a lot of center fielders who are going to direct and lead that outfield but might not make those plays. They want to make sure that it's the right option. That one wasn't really too controversial, not a big question asked. Pretty easy work from Hodges. Can start getting late pretty early against this Lynchburg team, and with 2-3-4 up and their hitting half, certainly want to take advantage. Ashlyn Barnett right now at the plate before DePauw turns it over to their top half of the lineup. Oh-2, this one grounded to second, throw over. There's your 4-3 for out number 2. Other than that pop fly that went out into right center, we haven't really seen heavy contact from the Tigers throughout this game. DePauw has done well just trying to stay composed from a plate approach standpoint, but still just has not worked very well. We will see what looks to be our first hitting substitution of the day. They're waiting in the on-deck circle. Pinch hitter will get her gloves on, and it is the pitcher, Alex Romero Salas, so she will step up to the plate. Hitting for Ella Orval, who was the designated player. So we will wait. Umpire will make the adjustments as needed. See pitchers on both sides of the ball a lot more frequently than you do in baseball. And this game of softball is so cool. It makes it a lot more interesting when you see, especially in a spot where it's been a pretty decent pitching performance from Romero Salas. We'll see what she can do in this plate appearance. This pitch inside. One pitcher against another as Curtis just inside the zone now. Chance to get out of the top of the 5th without allowing a hit. A big opportunity for Lynchburg. They would love to silence the Tigers, to keep this one comfortable down the stretch. So we said DePauw before that game 1, coming off a 10-hit, 7-run affair versus Transylvania. The offense has been humming. Here is a grounder and a quick one out. That will be an error on Sarah Watts. That hit had some velo coming off the bat. So still no hits allowed for Lynchburg. A bit of a defensive struggle from Watts. She's been pretty good throughout the season over at second. We will see another adjustment with our umpire. So Orval has re-entered. We will see another pinch hitting opportunity for Libby Minobi, the outfielder from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Might be familiar with that spot. That's where the D3 basketball Final Four was held on the men's side. Minobi played in that first game for DePauw, trying to break the no-hitter. This game of softball, only 7 innings. That's one of those narratives that people will throw around. It's always interesting to see how you rule a no-hitter. What qualifies as a good pitching performance in this game is something that obviously is up to the interpreter. Tell you one thing, though, when you keep someone out of the hits column, that's a pretty good start, and Logan Curtis has done just that. Minobi at the plate. Grounder to second. Watts has this one, fires to first, and that will get Lynchburg out of the fifth. And so good work from the defense to come back. Watts puts away the third out, and the Hornets are hitting in the bottom of the fifth, right back on LHSN. Two, 3, 4 for the Hornets. Starts with Kaylee Hackett. Senior from Appomattox, Virginia. Key contributor. Few seniors in this lineup. We talked about how the Hornets will have a lot of their hitting back next year, but Powell and Hackett, two of those who have been really solid. It's amazing when you consider what Jessica Strickland has done this season, the freshman in that leadoff spot. You don't normally see those numbers. Romero Salas is back in the circle. She did hit that last half of the inning. 1-0 early count. This one in our direction. Make it 1-1. Still pretty windy day. We're waiting for spring to officially blossom, and you'll see it in the trees. You might not see it down here at Moon Field, but there is a very nice flowery field of campus right now all around. You're just waiting for some of the heat waves to catch up. I'll tell you one thing, it's very few people who don't at least appreciate the temperature here in spring. There might be some pollen problems. Either way, it seems like everybody is at least satisfied as this one's pulled over into some of those trees. We'll do it with a 2-2 count. Whatever happens here, if you're the Tigers, you do not want to allow 2 runs. Then it's beyond what one swing over the fence could do. You'd love to keep it at a 3-run deficit. That's a good way to do it. Upstairs, Romero Salas gets the swinging strike 3, and now we are on to Sarah Watts. Hackett sat down on strikes after a single in the first, sacrifice in the second. Watts had that double to lead off the third. So far, the only extra base hit of this game. When Watts swings on one, she has one of the best swings on this team. So comfortable. Still patient in the box, though, and that's what the great hitters do. They command you to put a pitch in the zone. They won't beat themselves. That's one thing that a lot of hitters or a lot of players in any sport will do. This one ricochets off Ramirez Salas to the shortstop, just a step short was Watts, and now we have 2 outs on the board, so maybe a quick inning for DePauw.
First base number 16, Madison Barnes.
Clean up Madison Barnes. 2 pop outs so far. DePauw really having the opposite issue of what a lot of this season has been. We talked about some of the pitching struggles. They've had 2 losses when they've scored 9 runs. That's really the puzzle piece you have to figure out. Most of the time, if you can get to 9, that's a pretty good sign you're doing something right. This one up into right field, down the airwaves, and that is out number 3. So we are out of the 5th. We're still moving quickly from Moon Field. Lynchburg continuing to hold the Tigers close. It is 3-0 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Katie Matthews up to the plate for DePauw. If you want to start the run, it has to start soon. Logan Curtis has been trying to shut the door, and she's doing a pretty good job of it so far. No hits allowed. 1 error from Sarah Watts at second. Both teams have one at this point in our ball game. Sunday softball action. Lynchburg at home for 6 games at this point within the week. Ideally, after dropping the first one, you're hoping to go 5-0 in the rest. You know this ODAC is highly competitive. The last NFCA poll had Lynchburg at 23rd. Virginia Wesleyan was at 9, and Randolph-Macon at 11. It's a pretty good picture of what you're dealing with. This one hit back to Curtis, maneuvers through her legs. She's not going to get there. Have to imagine that's going to be an error. Obviously, that one will keep you intact with the no-hitter. If it was an error, maybe if you're a statistician, you're having a few questions in your head trying to figure that one out. We might have to get the rule book out for that one. You can judge at home. You'd have to imagine this one's an error either way. Grounder to third, to second, to first. There's your double play. It doesn't matter. Lynchburg erases both, and after the Tigers thought they might have gotten some momentum, the Lynchburg Hornets have struck back. 2 outs. There was some confusion on second base as to whether or not the out was recorded. Don't know if the foot came off the bag. I think it was pretty clear from our view. The Hornets grabbed 2 for the price of 1, and now just an out away from being out of this inning again. hard to even say out of the inning. They haven't really experienced too much turbulence because Logan Curtis has been so good inside the circle. Just continuing to do very efficient operation. This one into left. It's going to find the gap. So there is the no hitter broken up. A double. Timberman has been outstanding all day. That is really the first time that we have seen anyone challenge her. She gets on second. That was actually Ella Kunster. We're all been out of shape trying to figure out what that last play was called. So we will get some accurate information to you. We are going to have a pinch hitting situation. Matthews got on to start the inning. The double play is recorded by Timberman. And that was Ella Kunster. Runner in scoring position for the first time for DePauw. And now for DePauw, they will bring up a pinch hitter who is number 7, Lauren Sizemore, the freshman from Tucson, Arizona. Pretty cool disparity amongst this roster for DePauw. There is a called strike. Obviously lots of Illinois and Indiana representation, but you have some California names in there. Arizona, obviously, with Sizemore at the plate. Caitlin Summers is from Texas. Every school has its own pipeline. It'll explore different routes. Lynchburg has a good mix of both. A lot of local kids. Also, you'll see some names that are from all over the globe. Think about these tennis teams at Lynchburg. They have really tapped in to the international side, and they have found success in doing so. Lynchburg men's team has been sensational this year. Something to keep your eye on if you are a Hornets fan. Don Simmons is coming out to the circle. You might think that Logan Curtis's day is done. The original play to start this inning was ruled a hit, so it is 2 hits on the line of Logan Curtis if this is the end of her page of the book. Maybe just a conversation as Coach Simmons will trot back to the dugout. Methodical approach. A lot of the time in baseball you see one conversation, and then if the skipper's going out to the mound, that's pretty much signaling that the day is done. Not always the case. But we've got a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Sizemore at the plate. Runner on second. Wind up. This one hung in the zone just a little too long. Whatever the conversation was, it worked for Logan Curtis and the Lynchburg Hornets. They're loving every bit of it as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg up 3-0 on Moon Field. We're back in the bottom of the 6th. The action gets started with Haley Martin. Grounded to third, 1 pitch, 1 out for DePauw, about as good as it's going to get, pulled down the third baseline. So now Zoe Elliott steps in for Lynchburg. Really not much description needed for Elliott. Sack bunt and a ground out on the day. We have really just seen what has been a good pitching performance from Lynchburg. DePauw now showing their fielding prowess. That was a great snag at second base. Gets the runner just in time. How about Hannah Koffel getting some dirt on her pants, and she is not afraid as she extends that glove. And a big play to make it 2 outs.
Designated player number 26, Bree Hodges.
Bree Hodges steps in. That is the difference in a game that can sometimes get away from you. You think about those little plays, they don't seem big now, but when you're looking at this inning, let's say that Romero Salas does get out of the 6th. Right away, as you see a liner to shortstop, she will do so. You have to think DePauw might have a chance to strike. It was a very quick bottom of the 6th, but it is go time for the Tigers. They're down to their final 3 outs here at Moon Field. Lynchburg has a 3-run cushion. Substitution for our opponents as we get into the bottom of the 7th, excuse me. DePauw was the word we were looking for. We had DeSales at the track meet yesterday, all the DE schools. Got Delaware, can go up north, a little bit of everything. We're just having fun here at Moon Field. The bottom of the 7th, Lynchburg trying to enjoy the final inning of play, or so it seems, but we know DePauw has played in a few extra inning games this season. Already 4, so we will see if they can extend this one. It's a 1-1 count as Curtis, it's the pitch in the zone. Bunt was shown from the pinch hitter, number 24, Goose Moore. Moore, an outfielder from Indianapolis, Indiana. Now Curtis on the doorstep of a very impressive performance, trying to get out with a shutout. No hits until that 6th inning. The Tigers were able to tally 2. Lynchburg only has 4 on the day too, so you don't really look at this game and say that it has been a blowout. Just feels like the Hornets have had momentum. This one tapped back to Curtis. She's going to have to throw it quickly. Gets the out at first. You might have thought that Curtis threw 2 pitches on that play. 1 to the plate, 1 to first. Either way, 1 out. Lynchburg's now 2 away.
First base number 22, Kelly Reinenheimer.
On your heels now, if you're DePauw, you still feel pretty good about how this day has gone. Even if you take 1 of 2 against Lynchburg, taking 1 the way they are playing is a pretty good sign. It's not an indication in one second game of a doubleheader, how the rest of your season's going to go. I think DePauw understands that. They will be going on the road to Randolph-Macon on Wednesday. That's a doubleheader, and then at Christopher Newport. So the East Coast stretch continues. 2 strikes already. Don't want to insinuate. We might have to ask some of the Tigers fans, but it would make sense if it was a spring break trip to Virginia. Good take from Reinheimer. He saw Wittenberg on the baseball side took a trip down south. They had their spring break. Everyone trying to get to warmer weather. This one pulled foul. That was a loud crack of the bat. Due up for DePauw would be Ashlyn Barnett, doing the catching duties for the Tigers today. They have left 6 on. Maybe the stat you pay attention to, because Lynchburg has left a few on themselves, but believe it has only been 3 on the day if my stat sheet is correct. And so those 3 runs could have come from being on base. You wonder about runners left in scoring position. We can get all detailed, continue that conversation. It was a quick inning, that bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg has been sat down 1, 2, 3, and 2 straight frames now. This pitch way upstairs, and that will walk the 8-hole Callie Reinheimer. So Ashlyn Barnett steps up to the plate. Looks like we might have another substitution. Don't know if it's hitter or batter, or hitter or runner, excuse me. It looks like Barnett will be sitting down. Reinheimer drew the walk. We will wait as number 88, Maddie Lockridge, is going to stand on first. So there's your pinch runner. Also a pinch hitter for DePauw. It looks like it will be number 18, Kelsey Bernhard, senior from Downers Grove, Illinois. The lefty. Have to think this substitution gives you a good matchup with the pitcher. Something you see. If anything, you don't want to pull this one, or even just keep it in the infield where the double play is in order. That would be what the doctor ordered if you're Lynchburg. You would love to get out of this game with 1 swing of the bat. These 3 are 2-run affairs. They are the types of games where it just feels like 1 inning can change the entire story. You have to stay, if you're a spectator, through the final frame, because you just don't know. It can change so quickly. The difference between a homer over the fence to tie it up versus a strikeout to really end the game quietly. It's just one of those games. You love to have them. Maybe a little stressful for coaches. Logan Curtis trying to alleviate this one. Upstairs, and an easy pop fly. That will be caught at third. Addison Walter, no problem there. 2 down. And now DePauw is down to their final batter. Ella Orval has re-entered. She will be another lefty in the box that Logan Curtis tries to face. Just 2 hits allowed in this game. 6 2/3 innings pitched. Trying to go the distance like so many performances this Lynchburg pitching staff has put on. It has just been impressive. Kaylee Dorsis, Emily Charlton. This pitch outside in the dirt. For Curtis, this would be the first complete game this season. There are 7 already for Lynchburg, as we said. Looking to make it win number 14 in the 2024 campaign. Just 4 losses, and a few of them obviously they've all come recently, but when you look at that Salisbury game, kind of scratching your head. You don't want that narrative to override everything the rest of your season. You know what you're doing. Just trying to find the finish. And there is a big on-base opportunity for the Tigers. They find first, so now 2 on, 1 swing of the bat could change the story as Orval keeps the ball rolling. Now batting for the Tigers, it's going to be number 21, Libby Minobi. Last at bat, that was ruled a hit. So 3 on the day for the Tigers, and that stat, when you look at it, it's ruled correctly. It just might be a little misleading because Lynchburg only has 4. Some loud contact here and there. It's still really that second inning that is the only number glaring on your scoreboard. 3 runs for the Hornets. Well, we have seen an array of conversations with Logan Curtis. Will this be the one that ends her day? 6 2/3 innings. She will stay out there. As we said, scattered just 3 hits. Lynchburg will be fun to watch throughout this season. Obviously, if you have made it this far, you've seen a pretty good sample of what they are all about. The numbers really just don't lie. 18th best ERA in the nation. That was back when it was 140 going into that Sweetbriar series. You wonder what it will look like after these games. Last one certainly made it take a hit. There's a strike to make it a 2-1 count. 2 on. This is a big at-bat for DePauw. We talked about it. This is the separation of winning and losing. Minobi swings on it. Just chopped up to third base. That's your ball game. Lynchburg playing defense the entire way. Great pitching from Logan Curtis. She goes the distance. 7 complete. No runs allowed and just 3 hits scattered for the Tigers. It was a split of this doubleheader here at Moonfield. DePauw takes the first one, a pretty emphatic performance, and especially great hitting from Emily Timberman. She had 2 homers, 2 round trippers in that first game that really wrote the story. But Lynchburg in the second one, they come up big, big pitching, and they take the hitting when they need it. Timely work from the Hornets as they take game 2, 3-0. We've had a lot of fun today on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Sam Graham took you through the first one. Evan Gates taking you through the second. Don't forget that Lynchburg will be back in action later this week. Wednesday, March 27th, it's a doubleheader versus Ferrum Faculty Staff Appreciation Game. So much good stuff on the schedule, but our day will end here, so enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon, and we're saying so long from the Hill City.